Yo, what's up? What's up, man? It's your guy Ray Hama, one versus a million. Let me know if I can be heard. Let me know if I can be heard, y'all. Oh man, y'all know it's been a minute. Had some things going on, but I'm here as promised, bringing forth what I promised, and yes, and also to along with my plan to go stream today to do this review. I came across the news of the passing of Chuck Norris. Uh, Rest in peace to Chuck Norris, who passed away at 80 something years old. And we can say, hey, who lived a great life. And man, may God bless, may he rest in God's peace, and may God bless his family. And may these legends rest in peace, both him and Bruce Lee. So, and man, I was like, damn. And and as it was confirmed, hey, it brought to my remembrance that Chuck Norris actually he uh he was teaching around when I was like a baby. Hell, or even before I was born. I'm like, good lord, man. And you know, so yeah, man, Walker Texas Ranger, as that was he, man, right there. Hey, let's get excited, man. Ready, man, to watch Walker Texas Ranger. Having my own munchies. You know what I mean? Just at the ready, man. Hey, to watch him, man, just kick some ass. And this legendary fight with him and Bruce Lee, yeah, that fight will be remembered through all of time. Through all of time. So rest in peace to Chuck Norris. Rest in peace to both of these legends. And may God bless their families. So yeah, and then go back and rest in peace to Jesse Jackson. Rest in peace to him as he passed away. Um, only sometime last month. So rest in peace to him, and may God bless the family. Now, I want to get into something here. So yeah, before we get into the main event, because as it did took me a minute in collecting the necessary images that I would like to cover that stood out to me. The images that I captured throughout all the episodes of the season. So yeah, hopefully, yeah, hopefully they'll come out with a season three. They have to of a Fallout. But before we get into that, I'd like to cover our our second big piece, which is uh, the game Resident Evil that just came out some time ago. Resident Evil Requiem. Now, we got to get into that one. So, yeah. And I tell you, it's something else. And also, to make sure you hit the like, share, subscribe, hit the follow for the Rumble over here on the Rumble side. And also, for movie night tonight or Friday night, as I will be hosting movie night for tonight for Friday. Uh, we will be showing this these two movies. I decided to show two because there's a lot of shit going on. Yeah, that we got to check out, that we got cover. And yes, as in accordance to the brand, yes, you best believe we will be showing over on the Rumble side the new Baki series that just came out. Yes, or season. So yeah, the new Baki arc animated arc that just came out. Of dealing with the swordsman arc, which is dealing with Musashi Miyamoto. Yeah, another another depiction of the great sword saint, which he's a badass in this one as he is in other depictions of him. Which you can check out this anime called Shura no Toki. Shura no Toki. Shura no Toki. You'll like that. You're welcome. Um, yeah, he's a badass in there as well. But these two movies I'll be showing here on movie night for in the name of classics, and also in celebration of Black History. Black History Month over here. I don't give a damn. Hell, every year is Black History in this bitch. Hell, we built this shit. As our brother James Earl Jones. And I'll be showing these two films right here. Hopefully you guys can see them. Best of the Best and Showdown in Little Tokyo. You damn right. You damn right. Shout out to you guys for coming in because I'm going to go cover this on this here before I dive into Fallout, because when I dive into the Fallout, going through slide to slide. I'm not going to be able to see the chat for a minute until I get done. So, but before I get into that one, yeah, man, let's get into Resident Evil. This is just, uh, it just came to me because I'm just, okay. When you've seen other projects, right? As I smoke my damn cigar. When you when you see other projects or dead or anything else, you know that there's like one or two uh, versions within that genre that is better than the others. So like how I'm not the only one, as I found out when it comes to The Walking Dead. I wasn't able to get into The Walking Dead because all the zombies and shit I've seen. The fault was, I know it's not about the zombies, okay, of course, and all that shit, but it's just seeing that shit just puts me to sleep. I'm like, it puts me to sleep. You know what I mean? Like if now, like when I get back into the whole 28 days later thing, okay, where these zombies are fucking running at you and shit, and, you know what I mean, and the um, infection rate is like on an all-time high, which is basically to the point where as soon as you make contact, then when the blood makes contact with your bloodstream, it's over. Boom. It's not taking all that hours on it before you change and shit. No, no, no. Yeah, okay, give me something like that with their with the dealings with the people. Okay, give me those elements of the type of zombies. Okay, give me that. Boom, and okay, then we're good. Not these 1995 fucking zombies. I'm like, oh god. And I'm like, I thought you motherfuckers was zombie enthusiasts. I'm like, damn. But but we gotta get into it, man. And let me show. I'll start with this motherfucker. Yeah. My boy caught him. My boy caught him. Wesker Light. What's up, y'all, for coming through? Love best of the best. Let's see if I can pin it. Okay. Yep. Yeah. So love best of the best. Philip Ray. Yep, it was my guy. Especially after I learned how thorough his dad was. The GM. Uh, Hoon Hoon Ray. Rest in peace. Yep. Rest in peace. Hey, yep. Straight up. Yeah, man. Cause yeah, his son was just awesome. Man, he performed well too. Him, both of the sons. Because his brother played in a movie with him. You know, oh man, and both of them are still alive too. When I checked too, when I looked at the cast, just for nostalgia purposes, and just curious because I mean, it's just a God in me, in my heart, to care. I mean, I'm not, a heartless motherfucker. So, um, man, and uh, a few characters died. Uh, well, cool, Jojo Jones, as we know, and there was two others. Then the one that played as Travis, and another, the dude with the glasses. Yeah, he passed away. He passed away and damn, I was like, dude, when I looked, I think it was on like 2006, between 2006 and 2011. Man, may they rest in peace, man. God bless their family, man. Dude that played as Travis, his death was an accidental death, as they said. But I mean, as we know, Dan, with all this bullshit going on, these conspiracies and shit, I'm hard to believe in. I'm not gonna go straight forward and just believe. Okay, when they say accidental death, I'm automatically questioning. Like, was it an accidental death, motherfuckers? Don't know. Hey, it happens. It exists. But with all this bullshit going on, yeah, nah, I'm not. Uh, So yeah, so rest in peace, man, to all those gentlemen. But this cat here, my bro, Tyranikin, oh man, which a couple of videos I'm gonna show, this showing his gameplay of Resident Evil, a little bit of his gameplay. But man, he's hilarious, and a lot of people love this dude, man. I think he's like, I don't know, Australian from the UK or something, because you hear, it's in his accent and shit. But man, hey, he's one of the gurus that be like shit. Like, if he has a problem like with a little game or something like that, you just gotta something within the game, you just gotta like accept it because I mean he's one of the gurus. Shit. Hey, one of the motherfuckers that really helped me get past man some games, especially Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. And in which, yes, and because that's my shit too, best believe, yes, and the guru hear this, you dig. Yes, if Brother T hears this, Tyrannical, yes, I will be showing that shit on Rumble. Best believe the animated movie of Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. That I'm like, y'all late. Y'all motherfuckers should have been and made it. Y'all should have been and made it show that shit. Yes. But when I seen the little trailer of it, I was like, damn, like, yeah, I got a little couple of things, wrong, whatever. But wasn't that significant for me to where I'm like one of these ridiculous ass critics, that y'all see out here that, pitches a hot gripe over something like this so fucking like mundane, just nah. But this dude, my bro Tyrannikin, man, when he doing this gameplay, he had me rolling. Cause I was looking at this motherfucker, man. I was like, yeah, this is Wesker Light. That's what he called him. Wesker Light. Shit. He's like gotta be a clone or something. I'm like, yeah, he has to be. I mean, like, even though they didn't, you know, nobody expressed the point to any degree. I mean, I may be the first to bring it up aside from him. I'm like, hey, he might be a damn clone. Because I'm like, okay, why use his image of all other images you can use to create um, a second antagonist of all images I could think of, to create for that motherfucker. You know, let's say yeah, y'all gave him like Wesker look, Wesker abilities. I'm like, come on, like y'all can't say oh, there's no ties between him and Wesker. Stop it, stop it. You know, and then in the game. I'm seeing, observing, okay, where they have the spider and shit. Oh my God, I must talk about this shit. I know that's like, oh my God, Ray, would you have a problem with that? That's a spider from the Resident Evil, from I think the first or the second Resident Evil. I don't give a damn. Okay, cool, but I'm like, is there this secret worship of these damn creatures, man? These vile ass creatures, which I can't stand to the highest order? Yes, as many people. I'm like, man, because it just produces lazy. It just shows me where it's just lazy creativity that's produced. Of all creatures, you motherfuckers could have came up with a spider, a spider, a gigantic ass spider. The Leon took out with some wits and a fucking axe. I'm like, okay, I know he's white, so okay, boom, you give him an axe, boom, hey, to give some rep to the whole Viking style of it. But damn, I'm like, fuck you, motherfucking facing them guys zombies in that fucking game, some bitch. Yeah, I want a damn katana, like old girl from Walking Dead. Yeah, you got me fucked up. A katana, some bitch. Yes. A sharp ass katana. And that motherfucker was sharpening that damn axe. You know, like you can sharpen that motherfucker like in the midst of where you're fucking fighting zombies and shit. Boom, before another one approach you, sharpen it real quick and then go for the attack or whatever. Well, I'm like, man, come down, man, come down, man. No, no. No. See, I haven't played the new RE, but do they start you with weak ass pistols again? You can understand, yeah. There's an upgrade system there, but yeah, I don't know. There wasn't much emphasis to me as it seems, within it when it comes to that, with the upgrading the weapons as it was with in the previous games. Because I watched this whole game in its entirety. I played it. I watched this whole game in its entirety. So I watched. Well, a couple of people played it. To check it out to see if there's a game that I would like to get because I could still watch the walk. I could still get a game after watching the walkthrough. You know, because hey, you will like a game to do that. Is any gamer in their right mind? You dig? Like if if a game has that high of replay value, you're gonna be like, fuck that. I'ma get it. This game is badass. Even though I watched damn it the whole damn game, I want to play damn it just so I can, what I mean? Because you want to delve into that experience, of course. But and then build your rankings up and all that because you do get trophies and rewards and shit like that in your profile, with your gamer profile, as we all know. Okay, but it just I want to dig into some shit, man. Oh man. Okay, but to get to where I want to get to, okay, with this, let me unpin. Okay, until the next one. We know this motherfucker. I'm like, man, come on. He didn't do that much for me. I'm like, damn. The other dude, fucking where the fucking face is? I'll show him here right here. This motherfucker. Yeah, what he changes into, I'm looking like, yeah, like, oh boy, I gotta take my sip and sip my cigar on this one. I'm like, okay, so y'all get this motherfucking, it's like a teaser, if you will, because between the Wesker Light, that's what we called it, and this cat here, whom which we see in the game, he basically, he's another nemesis. Seem to have like stronger and more abilities than the nemesis that the first nemesis. And it's we see that um, Grace is immune to the infection, and the special thing about her too is because that she was created by the guy uh, that set it the whole thing off, that let loose hell upon the world with his fucking virus, and that yeah, basically yeah, that she was created, and and she as a baby was given over uh to this woman, which who Grace thought was her mother, but as she's seen in the evidence by way of this Wesker light in the computer, that yeah, that she was created, and by her being the perfect creation, you know, out of all their failures, that that she was the one that was going to help them reach their ultimate goal. But they failed realizing, because in all actuality, she was a damn. I forgot to do his name to create it all. But yeah, it would come to me. But dude, as he revealed that basically that she Grace was the cure for the virus. That she was created to be the cure, uh, to make right the the creators of the virus's mistake. So of his wrong. So um, so basically, like Grace being his redemption for his hope to getting some sliver of a sense of salvation. But no, after what you unleash, but yeah, you need to perish. You need to perish, soul and all, like the highest torture in hell. That's what you need to receive. But yeah, so but this dude in the bike ride between him and the bike fight between him and Leon, that was kind of cool. I'm like okay, but I don't know. It's just like I say, even though with the little moves he can do and all that shit, that he wasn't able to do with if in the previous Resident Evil, which is Resident Evil 4, which I also played. It beat it. Beat it from 4. I beat it 4. I beat it 5. I beat it 6, and I beat it 7. Okay. Um, Chris, he seemed to be like the more stronger one. Chris Redfield, which we see in the end of this game. Yeah, that he sent his troops to come and help Leon in his time of need. But when Leon took that dosage, which is a cure to his to the T virus that was within him, cured him, and boom, he was able to give that to his partner who he's working with, who's being his communications manager. Oh, girl, whose name I also fucking forgot. Yeah, because it's just so much fucking shit going on, y'all. But dude, and she's like, hey, you know, I'm happy for you. He's like, yeah, I got a dose for you too. And as everybody's talking about too, in the controversy of that, yes, that hold on, let me see. Somebody commented. Somebody commented, I believe, man rewards, man rewards are fine. Hold on, pin the comment. So everybody can hear what I'm talking about. Man rewards are fine, but I'm the zombie and movie. Your boy had the DBL barrel on deck, no problem. Mm, man, rewards are fine, but I'm the zombie. Tell me what you mean by that a little bit. Um, tell me what you mean by that, brother. Yeah, but yeah, and on that tip, I mean, I'm a zombie here too. I'm not really a zombie. I ain't gonna say that. Yeah, I appreciate for the what it is. Okay, but it's like to get me excited when it comes to the whole genre of zombies. Let me take my sip here, my damn vodka. Um, I want like close to like World War Z type of shit. You hear me? Damn this all walking slow to uh, no, yeah, I mean, you want to see a motherfucker so just darting at you from a whole block away. And you got a time limit of the options you want to, you know what I mean, of what you need to do. You know, okay, run away, find shelter, run high from the motherfucker, or find something damn it you can use to take that some bitch out, to take that zombie out. Shit. And yeah, just I thought that was cool. Okay, boom, our boy Leon got healed and shit. But as we see, part of the controversy, what everybody's talking about, I won't say controversy, but the big topic is with Leon is when he took off his glove in the end that he'd been had on over his hand throughout the whole game. That he had a wedding band on his hand. Ah, he's married. So now questions are going, okay, is he married? Is it just him and his wife, or does he have, a wife and kids, or a wife that passed away by whatever means, and he has kids, and he's keeping that wedding ring on in remembrance of her? Hmm. Which art thou? Okay, but but yeah, and so and this dude here was pissed off, then realizing, hey, his Grace made it known to him that she was created, not to bring on a crazy catastrophe, of enhancing the T virus, but to be a cure for the T virus because of him recognizing the evil that he brought upon the world, the creator of the virus. So, so he was pissed, and Leon ends up fighting him and shit, and there's problems within this too, man. In this game that I have, I'm like, oh, don't give me that. Come on, Ray. Boot. May you get the boot, motherfucker. I'm gonna give you the boot to ass and Mars equation. Yes, that's what you need. Fuck what you talking about. I know what the fuck I am talking about with this one. Cause I am an action game battle analyst when it comes to a lot of this shit here. Right. And I would tell you that this girl, Grace, oh my God. You could play it in first person or whatever. Some people play in first person, but I'm like, nah. But there's a lot of people too, in the consensus of it, that agree that yeah, that they prefer the third person view when it comes to the gameplay throughout this game. I'm like, yes. I mean, in a way, the first person, was there. We could say, for the main reason to enhance the whole scare and fright and shit. But no, but this girl Grace, I'm like, okay, she's an FBI, we could say data analyst or whatever. And I'm like, anybody in the damn FBI, I'm like, shouldn't it be required for them motherfuckers, damn it, to do like, I don't know, to work out or some shit? What do you tell me? Like everybody damn it in the FBI is fucking like lazy, have no athleticism whatsoever. Because this bitch was going through this game just running like running away from these creatures and shit and all that tripping over shit, like your typical white girl from the damn 90s and 80s in these damn horror movies. Running over, tripping over shit because they want to run all awkward as hell. I'm like, come on now. So yeah. And she retrieved the antidote and shit from that damn machine. This presents to you a little simple, quick, you know, um, two two pathways you can choose with two different endings, and the true ending is where um, well, I think it's the one where you choose to save, and that ending is where where you end up able to fight as Leon fighting off against a dude who turns into that damn big ass nemesis. You takes him out and boom, and then Grace and Leon and you know they all survive, including that one girl, uh, the one little girl. And I think I see where the ratings too went up too because they didn't make it just about Grace and Leon. They threw in there a little. They snuck up on you with a little side mission, if you will, where you're playing as that little girl, sneaking through, trying to escape these other kids who just like you were experimenting on, but their experiment went bad so much so to where these turned into some damn evil ass kids who holds the regeneration factor and shit because as it was about to take out one of the scientists slash caretakers or whatever, he said, "Fuck this." He was like, "Get back, get back!" Start popping at him and shit with his little 9 millimeter, and just and shot a couple of them. And what they should do, regenerated. And them damn little kids was laughing like Children of the Corn 5.0 type of shit. I'm like, oh hell. Girl, her crazy ass, she yelled too. I'm like, why the hell, girl, would you yell at them damn? They killed a whole grown up girls. They ain't gonna give a damn about killing your ass too. Shit. And she want to run and shit. Then like after alerting her ass, after alerting her ass is letting them know, damn it, that your ass is there too. Talk about what are you guys doing, hey, bitch? You deserve to get caught. You deserve to get caught. Crazy ass. And she's all running all that shit, damn it in hell. Them damn little children of the corn motherfuckers was popping out on her. I was really rolling. I wasn't really frightened at all and shit. I was rolling like a motherfucker because I had that shit on big screen. Damn it. Shit. Oh, boy, I was rolling. And she managed to escape from her asses and shit. But then that's the last you hear about those little demon kids. So I was like, okay, I was expecting to see him, it- somewhere within the damn game. But no. But then we had those one hounds that oh shoot, I cut out. But yeah, but then we have those one hounds, right? I don't know if you guys heard me, but throughout the rest of the game, I didn't see those little demon children, those little demon of the corn, children of the corn kids, and shit. I didn't see them again. I was expecting them to pop up again, for some reason. But then we had those little demon hounds and shit, those little zombie hounds that were strong and fast as hell, chasing after Leon to stop him from getting to the main destination. You know, which is where Grace was, where she was taken off to. So yeah, that little bike ride, that was kind of cool. You know, what I mean, it was pretty cool. And it was cool. They put in there some different moves that you can perform with Leon against the zombies. Once you get them to a little weakened state or whatever. Okay, but I don't know. I gotta say, man, I get some more of a thrill. Some cats may differ or whatever. Okay, I get more of a thrill from playing Resident Evil 5 through 7 versus Requiem, and it just is what it is, man. Because I'm like, let me see, yeah. And this motherfucker here, people recognize. I'm like, okay, who is he? Because he was trying to give Leon the business. He was trying to give Leon the business. You hear me? He recognized him. Basically, has Leon profile. You know, knows all about him. He's like, oh, so you're Leon? Okay, so they went at it and shit. Motherfucker said, not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself. Because he's working with the group who's under, as it seems, it's Wesker Light, or this Wesker 2.0 motherfucker. This motherfucker, he got taken out kind of quick too. I was like, wow. Oh. But yeah, but that fight, man, was infamous. That fight was something else. But yeah, what I want to get to, man, also, it's like, yeah, in the game, okay. Um, One big thing, too, I noticed a lot of people talked about, too. I know it's due to upgrade. I know it's due to also the upgraded weapons too. They may have had that element in there as well, as that could be the cause. But pistol, maybe a tad smidge exaggeration. 6 to 7 shots, headshot, in order to take a zombie out. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I think that's the word. Okay, hold on. Motherfuckers, fuck you. I'm about to get into it. Give a damn how many's in this bitch watching. Shout out to y'all who managed to come through. Pizza blessings. Yeah, I gotta get into it. Some bitch. I think that's the worst. With the pistol. Why does it take 5 motherfucking shots up close in order to take out and then an average or a little above average fucking zombie with a whole fucking shotgun? No, stop it. Where you got a power? How much damn you got a power of a goddamn shotgun? Before you get to where 2 shots, damn it, hell will render a motherfucker to be done. Those zombies to be done. Even the ones that pop up them with those damn uh yeah. When they pop up them with those when those heads pop out and shit out of the zombie after you blow their head off them and that one new head pops up and shit and they got all those tentacles flying out. Yeah. Even then, no, How much more you gotta power that motherfucker up for 2 shots of a shotgun up close to take that bitch out? It should not take fucking 6 shots, 6 shells, you sons of bitches. What the fuck? Well, I see to raise their ratings too, the cost to where, to receive such a score that it has received, is continue receiving. This is due because of the players experiencing this particular character, which I'm going to show in the game. Which I got to talk about because it really didn't scare me. It wasn't having me all filled with no anticipation, like, oh, oh my god. I was more so like yelling at the motherfuckers playing. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You got no tact. I'm like, motherfucker, have you not played Splinter Cell? Have you not played Metal Gear, motherfuckers? You non-sneaking sons of bitches. You non-sneaking motherfuckers. That's damn case, nigga. I'll be the king of espionage in this bitch. Nigga, what? My ratings on that bitch is high when it comes to these damn sneaking games, you some bitches. What? Y'all was making some crazy ass mistakes. Motherfucker said, get to the light, stay in the light. My boy Tyrek, he called that damn this one creature a crone. He's like, oh my god, a crone. Oh yeah, that nigga called it a crone. I'm like, what the fuck y'all doing? What y'all made a deal or something, damn it? Y'all and the motherfuckers from the Witcher franchise to use this damn creature in here? Because this motherfucking creature look like he's every bit of something from the Witcher series. And motherfuckers are saying like this creature is like, man, people was talking about all the little conspiracy with the whole or the theory of the identity of this creature too, this stalking creature, this shadowy stalking creature. And I'm like, she's not that grand for me. I'm like, I've seen other shit like when you first played it for the first time type of shit. Is just but anything you play after more than once, you're kind of like used to it to where it becomes like somewhat redundant. You're desensitized to it naturally. But but there's games like dude like that I played horror games, horror survival games where it was just the idea of it was just creepy as fuck and beyond creepy. And yeah, it's just I'm like with this damn creature. I'm like, man, just and Grace is running. Bitch, you're from the FBI. Why, bitch, are you running, bitch, like you got some kind of major medical issue or something? Bitch, no. Bitches from the 90s and horror flicks, bitch was running faster than you, even though they was tripping also. This bitch moving, interacting and shit, like you hardly ever ran, bitch, like you hardly ever did any damn push-ups. I mean, oh my god, man. I was like, oh my god, yeah. So thank God for walkthroughs. Thank God for YouTube and the ability of allowing people to showcase these damn walkthroughs and shit. Posting these walkthroughs as they've been doing. Thank God, because this lets me know, okay, that I'm cool. I'm satisfied with just observing, and watching it. My bros play it. And the whole game in its entirety. And yeah, and I can say, yeah, I'm cool because certain parts in there will annoy the shit out of me. Not to a point of where I become annoyed and then fall into appreciation for whatever it is within the game that I'm going through. But this part is just these parts in there just totally annoy me. Where I'm like, why? Oh, and why? There's a wonder why one of my guys, right? One of my other guys who, another gaming channel I'm subscribed to, while he went through the game for the most part, went through with the damn sniper. After he got the sniper, that's what he was rocking with. Because he's like, yeah, I mean, and there was no commentary to, as most of them are, on the exception of a couple that that I'm subscribed to, of when they, give you these walkthroughs, these gameplays where it's just no commentary, just straight gameplay. And it was just, I could tell by those actions and laugh that, yeah, he basically said, man, that the pistol ain't shit. Like the pistol is trash. He's like, damn, I might as well just fucking just rock out with the damn rifle on these motherfuckers. He's like, shit. He's like, between that, he was rocking with that, between that and the Requiem. That was it. Damn it. and oh man. So yeah, like I said, I mentioned about the creature, about the spider creature. A lot of people was talking about too. I've seen videos about that. Yes, no, they some bitch like I said, lack of creativity. Ray, what you mean? Why you say lack of creativity? Because motherfucker, I'm tired of seeing this fucking creature in damn near in movies. I don't say so much in anime, thank God. Uh, and a whole bunch of different video games. And when it's dealing with fantasy and adventure, I'm tired of that shit. Like it's time for motherfuckers to start taking notes from of other ideas. You know, what I mean, from other people. You know, of their creature of their creature mythology and shit. Yeah, from what they have created. Hence, which is what fucking Hideo Kojima did with his franchise. This is not totally original with Hideo Kojima in his series of his franchise of Metal Gear Solid. That was comprised of a multitude of different things. It's one of the major elements that helped them create Metal Gear Solid, though we're talking about Resident Evil. But what helped them create Metal Gear Solid was one of the elements was fucking damn uh, uh, Scott fucking yeah, dude, the fucking name escapes me. Fuck, man, I can't believe it. Yeah, from a cat a white guy who played in some older films, man. From that we remember them from classics from the '80s and '90s. He took pieces of elements from different shit and created a whole masterpiece. And that's fucking brilliant and awesome. And that's what we need more of when it comes to the video game world and within the Hollywood world realm. Okay. And like real shit. That's what we need. But dude, I'm like, y'all could have gave this shit. I believe that bitch, that dyke bitch. Hell, even both of those dyke bitches from The Last of Us video game seem to be a little bit more athletic than this Grace bitch. I'm like, damn, bitch, you running like oh my god, uh, and then me hearing this bitch, oh my god, I hope this, bitch, why are you hiding? Stop talking, bitch, while you're hiding from a damn creature. Why are you talking out loud? Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, oh my, shut up. Oh, shut the fuck up. Damn. But then we know it basically just made it obvious, so the obvious where, okay, at the end of all this shit, that there is going to be a definite, based on by the numbers and shit, doing how they're doing right now, and the numbers. and the sales and all that are going up, we can say with damn near a guarantee because of it that it's going to be because of those two things, those two elements. There's going to be a Resident Evil 10. I mean, hey, if they don't come out with it, we can say fuck the franchise because that's what the hell you bastards told us without directly telling us. Is that they're going to be, and you motherfuckers better make it so, a Resident Evil 10 with my boy Chris Redfield. God damn it. So he can come in the scene and show Leon what it do. But it's another element within the game too that I like too that they add in there is with the chainsaw, son. Yes, sirs. I was like, okay, but damn, that one little speck in there where I mean, it may be a little realism to it, whatever is why they added in there. Where okay, but when the first chainsaw appears, boom, it spins on the ground and shit, then you gotta wait for it to stop spinning before you can grab it and start slicing the motherfuckers with it. And also too, damn it, you being able to use it when you come across other zombies who also has a damn chainsaw. Boom, and then you have that clash and shit they show, and I'm like, yes. I'm like, okay, that's badass. I likes that shit. I likes that. I like that. No, that was tight. That was tight. But in the beginning, I liked to how where they were showing how he was chasing. I'll do. I'm fucking. I don't want to say his name was fucking. I think his name Victor. Yeah, uh, former scientist of the Umbrella Academy, who uh, who started working partner with that. I think his name was Zeno, a Wesker light dude. So, but whew, that because I'm just here thinking, man, like, damn, just throughout the whole game, I'm giving y'all my whole honest, true from the heart review. Um, yeah, like no, just okay. Inventory, it's cool. Um, health, the amount of health you get, okay, it's cool. Boom. But the way this game is, set up when it comes to the rationing of the ammo and the abilities you're able to do when you cripple the zombies, the basic main zombies, when you have a plethora of them that you have to deal with, it presents it to where you basically it shows you right there. It gives you the option right there of being able to conserve your uh, your ammo. But the thing is, it's like when these little basic features pop up, boom, where you can kick them or push them down and shit like Grace is able to, which is her only option, what she's able to do because she's that fucking weak. Yeah, yeah, it's there to help you to conserve ammo and all that shit. Yeah, I get it. What I mean? But it's like, how does that help you when you're being chased, attacked by multitude of different zombies and shit? Because like during your animation that you when you're performing that action of giving them a roundhouse kick and shit like that, whatever the action you perform where you have Leon, the zombies are still approaching you. They're still coming towards you. So like when you're done immediately with that action, you gotta deal with these motherfuckers like then they're immediately grabbing your ass type of shit. Like you got to be quick with your reaction if you can escape that quick grasp. What I mean of that zombie because I seen it happen. With a couple of guys that played this shit. Oh man! But get into that creature, this old shadow stalking creature, right? Okay. Listen, sip my vodka them on this Friday, some bitch. Well, I hope y'all sipping something. Cheers to y'all. And salute to Chuck Norris. May he rest in peace. But yeah, okay. And where is it at? Here we go. I'll post this. It may Death Battle get a hold of this. I don't care. But damn it. I mean, let it be known. Let it be known. Right here. This creature popping up big as shit. Chases Grace. In which Leon had a one-time encounter with, who has this regeneration factor, on the exception of, when it comes to light, because the element of light, like as if this bitch is some kind of zombie or something. Like, damn, like light don't affect no other damn creature in the damn game except for you. So, bitch, what the hell are you made out of? Some kind of vampiric shit. Yeah, or some kind of vampiric demonic shit of some sort. But no, this creature from Requiem does not compare a whole candle to the fright, damn it, that this creature on our right gives us right here. From the game franchise Evil Within, which only came out with one and two. And you would think, okay, boom, by two, anything that would come with a part two, there should be a trilogy. But I would say, in all of its sound and reason, as a gamer, as an OG gamer, I could say that they're in the right of just leaving it be as is. Don't make it a church, just leave it be as is, because once you play part two and you see, hey, that the our main character's, main objective, it comes to fruition, he achieves that, because it's a totally psychological type of horror versus Resident Evil, because you're playing within the mind of a psychopath. Yeah, first time me playing a game like this ever totally blew my mind. Went into it with a total open mind, and as I did, I'm like, man, certain parts do like this creature here fucking freaked me the fuck out. Like this bitch here, this creature here that with three heads of like that Grudge bitch, right, from that movie The Grudge. Yeah, no, yeah, that's like pissing your pants type of scare. That scare here on the left, after playing a game on the right, like Evil Within, that shit here didn't really. I'm like, blah. I'm like, blah. I'm like, blah. Nah, that doesn't compare at all. Especially that man when we talk about the first one that a lot of us play, who are very familiar with this franchise as it was. This is like not something that's like that underground or whatever, because there was a lot of people at the time uh, playing it live on YouTube. So, and I have it. Yeah, I believe I managed to upload it. That creature from the Requiem don't as freak you out as this creature here from part two. When you play it, hot damn it, that creature from Requiem don't compare to this crazy ass creature or this one or this one. Yes, this motherfucker here. I'm good, son. Boy, that motherfucker freaked me out. Boy, the first time I played this, some bitch, you hear me? Yeah, so I'm like, y'all kind of failed to capture that kind of horror with this, man. When it comes to Resident Evil, it's like, I know y'all wanted to make it like more action packed and shit like that, and it seemed like they kind of had a struggle with bringing out this type of horror within that game, because they was trying to merge the whole action pack or whatever sequences within for the game. But I think they could have still succeeded if they, was to do it right. And by adding a creature that's um, just more frightening than that shadow stalker creature. So with Resident Evil, you could say, hey, dude, as I just showed you, hey, that it doesn't compare to the horrors of such games like this of Evil Within. Nor does it compare actually to games like Dead Space. You can't you can't pass the levels of the survival horror fright that those games give that those games is giving. You're gonna put me to sleep if you can't come with creatures that is just as horrifying or more horrifying as this stalking you within a game. You're gonna put me to sleep. Real shit. Like, I mean, okay, she was, the whole idea of you hide from this bitch, you got remain in the light because this damn bitch, she can't stand the light because, by how her, you know, by how her whole, by how her whole makeup is, how she's built, okay, that, that she can't stand, light, the source of the power of light because she literally will fucking melt as she did. Because I mean, I'm thinking like, okay, they ended her off at that point because they're like, okay, there's not much more we can do with her, blah blah, and it just shows me just laziness, man, of the creativity. Is just, oh man, they have it down. Cast that came out with creatures like these here, yeah, man, they got it down packed. They got it down. So I mean, with Resident Evil, we can say, hey, just go for it, go into it, just looking at just for the action, expect like some high pack action within it instead of like being worried going into being worried of the horror, the fright that they will try to produce within the game. Um, to make it a little eerie and shit. They failed in eeriness and eerie. They failed in all that. Just yeah, to me, I'm like, oh my god. There's games that came out years ago. Damn it, has done better than that. All of Dead Space games, 1, 2, and 3, ranks above Requiem. I'm sorry, but not sorry. Evil Fin, the Evil Fin franchise, one and two, and Dead Space trilogy ranks higher than Requiem. That is what it is. You know that is what it is. So yeah, I know. Man, yeah, when Grace pushes motherfuckers down, like I said, because she's fucking weak, I'm like, damn, like, shit. I mean, that bitch from fucking The Last of Us had more aggression and all that shit than this damn Grace bitch. And I'm like, damn, like, this is like, the aftermath of the apocalypse type of shit. But, so therefore there was no kind of like government organizations where motherfuckers, had to train and shit like that, like to be some top notch soldiers. You know what I mean? But damn, I'm like, bitch, you're in the FBI. Showing that where there's government organizations still operating, even though with the whole aftermath of the T virus outbreak. So I'm like, yeah, your ass should be like trained to some degree, bitch. I'm like, damn, like show me some kind of athleticism, bitch. Don't just let Leon do all the work, bitch. Show you up. Damn it, I'm like, damn, I know, bitch. He's a man and shit. Of course, he's supposed to be bringing more aggression. But damn, bitch, like What was that bitch name from? Did they allow you to play with in Resident Evil 4? And I believe probably yeah. Resident Evil 4. That bitch Ada. Yeah, give me her. Give me Ada instead of this bitch. Matter of fact, damn hell, let's take the black sister or the African sister from Resident Evil 5, who was who you could play as co-op with Chris Redfield. Give me her. She was more athletic than this bitch. This so typical Caucasian ass just female way of being when it comes to dealing with certain shit. Just oh my god. Uh, she trips. Oh my god. And the creature stalking your ass, coming up here from behind, like, yeah. Coming up on your ass like on some Jason shit. Motherfucker like trip all you want, bitch. Yep, cause bitch, hey, trip run all you want. I ain't gotta run after your ass, bitch. I walk slow. Cause bitch, when I catch up to your ass, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna catch up to your ass no matter what. But let's check out a couple of videos from our boy Tyrannicus. Shout out to him. Shout out to him, man. Oh shit, I might find this hilarious. Fair use, I say. I mean, because hey, if you have a problem with me showing this, okay, even though I put through like fair use and shit, I'm giving my little commentary about it, whatever. Hey, if you still try to hit me YouTube about this shit, 'cause that's bullshit, I would say that. I have some appreciation for YouTube for this platform, okay, to some degree, but hot damn it, if these motherfuckers are able to play this shit, and I'm looking at through the description, they ain't had to have something special in their shit in order for them to play it without getting tagged by you guys. Yeah, then I should be able to then in turn to be able to share it, especially with me being a subscriber to them. So yeah. Anyway, uh, let's share this shit, man. Cause I'm like, man, this is some crazy shit. And also, I got a funny one too, relating to the new Baki arc that came out. So yeah, and also some news, some Geekverse news for my boy, for Another World. Let me see. Hopefully, man, because I'm like, dude, yeah, I'm sorry if I would just see you motherfuckers play this game. I'm like, this intrigues me at all. And there's walkthroughs too. Like when you play a game, hey, you really don't want to be spoiled, that type of shit or whatever. You want to get at least like an hour of gameplay in or whatever with watching with one of your favorite gaming channels. Okay, who be playing these, your favorite type of games. Uh, I'll say just juggle it like this, like what I do. Take an example for me. If I haven't played the game yet, right, or if I just get a game and just to wonder, okay, somebody's played this before, which you could say not 10 times out of 10, somebody played the game before. Okay, I'll go to YouTube, find the walkthroughs, boom, I will find them. And boom, like you'll be for that first hour. Boom, okay, I get the gist of the game. Boom, okay, thank you, Raw. All right. But then when I come across something that's kind of super puzzling, and to help me from um, sacrificing 200 hours of gameplay, because that's what these motherfuckers designed to do. Yeah, I will go to the damn walkthroughs to help me out on that because I'm looking at it like this and this hindsight broad perspective. Good and damn well there's like 5 other 10 games that you really want to play, but since you play in this game that you really had filled or were filled with anticipation for and playing, okay, boom, you're playing it now. Here, boom, this is right here, okay. So therefore, you'll want to do whatever you can to to be able to beat this game in a decent regular time frame versus and to save yourself having to for sacrificing 200 hours of gameplay that in which you could have used for what? Damn, 200 hours of gameplay. Fuck. That you could have put in two or three other games. You know what I mean? Like, no, just, yeah, I'm like, yeah, right. And I'll be like, right on, bro. Thank you. Because I would have been on this thing for for months and shit. So, you know, and as we have real life responsibilities and all that shit, boom, you got no choice but to put that motherfucker down and come back to it and, put it over whatever amount of gameplay time you can, which mine will be like roughly between an hour or two. And after that, I'm like, yeah, time to get on to something else. uh, other than gaming. So, so yeah, with that, yeah, I'm definitely not, no, I'm definitely going to save time. Fuck what you talking about. Especially when you come across in a game uh, where you have like a fork in the road, boom, where you got three paths. You, two paths will keep you in that same level, in that same playing field, okay, where you're playing, and you don't want to accidentally take not necessarily the wrong path, but which will be the right path to cause you to go into the next level. But you don't want to go into that and going into the next level and mistakenly realize like, damn, I should have took this path and this path, which would have took me to where I may have to battle some creatures, but there could have been some rewards there or some shit like that. Some special artifacts or whatever that will greatly help you further along throughout the game. And there's certain games like Castlevania, Lords of Shadows, where um, where basically you take that main path and you're not able to come back to those paths that you could have took, boom, which will lead you to some artifacts and rewards and shit, including XP, experience points that you will gain from defeating whatever creatures there was in those paths. And then boom, and seeing okay that those two paths were dead ends to some kind of point, that led to some dead ends to some point, but they was filled with treasures, XP, artifacts, and then now okay, that boom, that this third path is the main path that I would need to take to get further along through the game. And I'm one for which, okay, I want all that shit. Give me all that shit. I ain't trying to bypass that shit. Give me all that shit. So yeah, I'm gonna look okay and see, okay, if I take this path by watching this cat, boom, I know boom, that path will lead me to taking, to getting this and that reward or treasure, whatever. But the thing is though, like this is where it's like in your mental, you can watch your favorite, gaming channel guy, if you want to, boom. But it's up to you if you're able to defeat this particular scenario or this particular boss. It's all on you if you're able to. Something within you may cause you not to be able to get the rhythm, the needed rhythm of what you have to have in order to defeat this particular character, whether it be a boss or a sub boss. But yeah, so I'm all for that. So therefore, boom. And then when I because it could lead you, these walkthroughs could lead you to where you want to follow the motherfucker throughout the whole game, where both of y'all playing together in a sense. But what I'll do is okay to savor, boom, to the excitement, and the mystery. I will okay put the walkthrough aside and just go through the game and boom. And then when I come across a point where I'm like just after so many tries of me trying it my way, I can't succeed in defeating this character or finding the right path. Then I'll go back to the walkthrough of my guys in their favorite game, in my favorite gaming channels. So, but yeah. So speaking of which, one of them, as we'll go to on here. Okay. And it's short too. So, like I said, fair use. Took me some time to put this shit in order. Okay. I want to see if it's this one.
The stalwart patrons say their name with reverent pride.
Move it over here. Move it over here. Move it! Why have you turned it off again? Why have you turned it off again? You won't get me up here, Crone. You won't get me up here, Crone. Where's the thing I was looking at? Where's the thing I was looking at? Now I've got to...
Oh, let's play it again.
The stalwart patrons say their name with reverent pride.
Move it over here. Move it! Why have you turned it off again? You won't get me up here, Crone. Where's the thing I was looking at? Now I've got to run out again, back to the light source. This chick falling over and stuff is pissing me off. Now they've actually gone, you know what? Right back to where the light is to face you.
You see, it's not as creepy as when they try. You see this bitch falling over the man. Just come on.
She keeps falling over.
My boys even
I don't
saying
want to
the
play
same
with some
shit.
frightened girl who falls over when you're in. I don't think I've ever fallen over running. Ever. Maybe when I was a toddler. Or I trip on stuff. There's nothing to trip on. She's not running on ice. Fucking pressed that earlier! And for nothing! There's nothing in there! What is this crap game? Back into the light again you go, woman. Oh my god, this falling over stuff is garbage. Hurry up, demon! Hurry up and try and get me! You didn't even look in to see there was a light on this time, you shit demon. Am I gonna turn around again? No. Oh my god! Hey, zombie? What did he get me with? What the fuck? Oh my god! How could she not make it past that? Yeah, you lazy ass bitch. Huh? What the? Whatever! What's he throwing at me? He can run! She can't even do that! Hey, you guys! Don't back off after that incredible charge. Isn't it? No. What the hell happened then? How the fuck did she teleport to the side of me? I was behind in your crap game. Don't fuck with this zombie. What in the slob? How did he get past you two? A slob? Fight! Fucking ineptness with this woman. Can you eat me? What are you waiting for? Are you dead or not? The slob splat. He's not even dead. Oh no, he's feasting. Oh my god, she got her! She was nowhere near me! Okay, the door hurt her, then what? This woman's new, and where did you come from? Wasn't I already in here? I've had enough of all you zombies, I really have now. You've got to be ended. You've got to be ended for good. Are you out? Great! Why does it not stop? Fucking hate these puzzles right away. They fucking suck. Frank zombie. Why is he at that door now? Right. Had enough of you. Push him over. Finish him for good. Dosage. What the fuck? The most genius zombies ever. Fucking eat this zombie. Shit. How is he right behind me all of a sudden? He was fucking round a door. Can put him over there. What in the crown? What in the crown? Oh God, screaming hurts her ears so much she's dead. She's more cunning and zealous. Are you gonna climb over that? Oh my God, you have to stand at the pinpoint pixel or she won't. Well, you want this woman bad, don't you? What? I thought he was dead! Why did he suddenly act like he was falling over? Fuck you, you scumbag. Fuck you, you scumbag.
I mean, you can see, dude, like...
No! I was behind a brick wall! What the fuck? Brick wall! What the fuck?
Like 6 bullets for one zombie.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
6 bullets for one zombie.
Dying. Fuck you, man. You can take absolutely no damage in this, like 2 hits and you're fucked. That's right. Hey! I'll take the bite. I'll be alright.
Don't worry. It's okay.
It's okay. There's been bit. That's right. They're coming because I didn't kill one of them.
Stay here, Emily.
No, don't.
You handle this.
Solve it. Solve it now, and I'll just wait. They might not come in here. 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 No, just shut the door. That's pretty stupid. Oh my God! Basically, this game's like you're not running past. Well, you have to. There isn't enough ammo to deal with all this crap. You shitty game. Your shitty game. What is going on? Is this thing making my controller disconnect? It's not disconnected. It's lit up. I can see it's lit up. What the hell? Never! Where did you even come from, you pasty nerd? Drone! Oh my God, you crap game.
The crow.
How am I meant to get past that zombie? Oh my God, all the way here again.
Y'all see that creature?
Oh my God. Oh my God. It should have put me back right where after I picked up that second plug. What the fuck am I all the way back here for? Okay, terrific. Shit! What a scam, you shitty game! Run, you silly woman! Luckily he reset. Back in the same room, woman! In a very real sense, even I could be crying. Here, yes! Well, you are eating the zombies. Well, go get the other ones that are alive. Yeah. Take it with you as a snack. I mean, you're not even eating it. I'm gonna shoot you with the Requiem for a Dream in a minute. You even look at me. What? I shot her then! Blast you! Look out! So there's no avoiding that. You can't even tell she's seen you. Oh my god! Just kill me. Fuck off. Just kill me.
And that
He
Requiem.
comes through even though I couldn't see anything. Get a medic! Yeah, I'm not dead. Give me a hug. Get back, zombie. No, get back, you crap zombie. There'll be no hugs this day. Or any day. Nobody wanted to hug you when you were alive. They don't want to hug you now. Get up! Get off me, zombie! No hugs ever! Get lost, zombie! Into the condensers! Kick you! Let me get out of there. What in the crone? No! Kill me. Doesn't matter, I'm dead anyway. So in one fell swoop, you're dead. Where does it put me, man? Fuck this game. Now I gotta do the safe again! So I'm gonna have to go save after doing this safe now. I hate the safes. Doing these safes jinxes me.
Stay right there.
Hey, it's okay.
I'm still stuttering idiot.
Normal.
Whatever, you shitty game!
Okay, so it's done. Yeah, man. Hey, as you can see, that's just hilarious, dude. Like, oh, it's like, damn it, like, I wasn't tripping when I was running since I was a toddler. Oh man, it's like it's like you white guys are created. It's like you guys, man, you white dudes, and you Asians that had part in creating this shit. Y'all just kept this image of this typical old like 80s 1990s type of white girl slash horror, where it's just y'all kept that element of that type of archetype of white girl, like damn, I'd rather, even though she's a dyke, shit, I'd rather fucking be fighting through this damn Resident Evil bullshit with a bitch like that chick uh from The Last of Us that I mentioned. So hell no, son, I'm good. Like, and y'all see that damn creature. So yeah, so y'all know what I meant when I say that. Yeah, that creature does not compare nowhere near to the creatures from this franchise of Evil Within 1 and 2. Just take a look. Like, come on now. Like come on, Resident Evil team. These games came out, and this is the best type of creature y'all was able to produce. The one on the left haunting her. Like y'all know, damn it. Y'all can tell me in the chat. I mean, y'all can leave your thoughts in the comments section for the replay trial. That this creature on the right would have caused the numbers of Resident Evil to rose to a greater height to where it rose to right now. It's still rising the numbers and shit because it just came out. But y'all know good and damn well that this would have been a like the numbers would have been just magnificent, magnificently high. if they would have had such a creature from like they did with Evil Within, if they put this creature within RE instead of this one, this crone. Oh shit! Well, look at this motherfucker on the left from Resident Evil. Damn it! I'm like, okay. Where's the Witcher? Where's Geralt? Because can somebody call a Witcher? Where's Geralt? Motherfuckers. Somebody call Geralt. That's how I think that when I'm looking at this creature, this crone ass creature. Shit. Like if y'all want to fucking put them up fucking that kind of type of fright, you know, that feels like anticipation, like on the edge of your seat type of shit, it would have been more better if you would have put characters like creatures like this character from Evil Within. But it's just y'all failed me on that one. You know, when it came to this element, okay, of sneaking and shit, I have to sneak around from such a creature. I'm like, damn, I'm expecting to be like, you know, a creature that's gonna come with something fierce, you know, like the one from Evil Within or Dead Space. But no. I'm like, blah. But yeah, I got another video that I want to play for my boy Tyrannic, and it's a short one. It's a short one. Frank West. I don't remember fucking Frank West. We should put that down where they're from. We know about CJ where he's from. That movie's stupid. Letting go of your damn chainsaw. Ghost Night War. Where the fuck is he from? So he looks familiar. There go Chris. That'd be cool to add a mod where you can replace Leon with Chris. So this is what they're saying how Chris is going to look in Resident Evil 10. But I don't think that was Chris in Resident Evil 8. No, it wasn't. I think that was another cat. Master Chief from Halo. Seeing how they're able to do these mods, man, is so tight, dude. And that motherfucker there. I'm like, yeah, they could have done more with him. Look at Keanu Reeves. By Chris Rubino. Yeah, they're a damn spider. Deadpool. That was cool. They was able to use Deadpool. See, look at that gun. That'll be a Deadpool move. Avoid riding. Oh no, I have riding in the game now. Riding, damn it, would have completed this damn game, nigga, in 4 hours tops. I beat that damn game, right? That Metal Gear game, now that was something else. Play that one. Half-Life HEV suit. Why would y'all do that mod? Of all mods, y'all chose that one.
What were the BSAA doing in Raccoon City?
Iron Man using a pistol. Good shit.
What in the crown? That got me before I fired! Bullshit!
And like I said, yep, we'll be showing this on movie night for tonight. Yep, we will be showing that. So follow the Rumble to where you'll be notified and alerted, so you can come on in and chill back, and as we watch these classics and go over 'em. So and as such, I will say it's been at least more than a decade that I've seen me seeing these two uh, these two classics. So yeah, join me, be there for that. Yeah, tonight, man. Awesome, as we'll get to see the awesome James Earl Jones displaying top of the line masculinity, glorious masculinity. And yeah, and for for Resident Evil, yeah, 10, when y'all come out with 10, give me, and y'all want to add the little sneaking horror element in there. Take notes from franchises like this, from Evil Within. It will do y'all great if y'all did. Took notes from this franchise and from the Dead Space franchise. Because when it comes to that regenerative factor, right, within the so-called terrifying creatures, I would give it to that one black creature in there that, yeah, within Dead Space with the regenerative factor that, yeah, they'll be kind of like terrifying, yeah. Um, so yeah, so come with something like that. So till then, with Requiem, out of 5 star, I give it a 3. I give it a 3 in its entirety. So, well, let's check out, go into some more Geekverse news and check out our guy, our boy, for Neverworld. So shout out to him, and hopefully, these will be it. But yeah, I want to share out this one. This shit's funny.
Get the fuck back, I'ma smack the shit out of you and your killers, you gon' be shitting bitch. I'm a bad motherfucker with this stick, I'm like Jackie Chan, Bruce Lee, all wrapped up in like the Matrix.
That shit was funny. Oh shit, let me play that again.
Get the fuck back, I'ma smack the shit out of you and your killers, you gon' be shitting bitch. I'm a bad motherfucker with this stick, I'm like Jackie Chan, Bruce Lee, all wrapped up in one, like the Matrix.
Oh boy, that shit was hilarious, I tell you. uh, yeah, but let's check out this video right here. Pertaining to the Baki arc that we will be checking out. Hell, I may even pull it, do a double with it tonight after we watch watch our movie night, our movie night classics. As we watch that, finish checking that out, we'll dive into the Baki arc. I will load up as many episodes as I can. Don't know how many episodes they have out now. I reckon it probably will take them to cover the arc, because I went through the manga of the arc. So, and I would guess it might come up to approximately like around, should take them less than 15 episodes. But whatever costs, I will go ahead and upload them episodes for it so we can check them out, so I can check out for the first time, even though I know how it's all going to go down. So yeah, because of the manga. Yeah, shout out to that franchise. So yeah, but yeah, here we go. This is fun. Yeah, the old one piece hockey in there. Ha ha ha. Hilarious. Hilarious. This motherfucker said shit. In order to stop you, I gotta call a Gundam. Oh man. That was hilarious. But yeah, let's go to our check out our brother for Neverworld.
Okay, so some Dragon Ball fans may not be happy about this news, but inevitably, personally, I think that this is actually good news. Because as most may know, and in case you don't by now, ultimately Dragon Ball Super's anime is officially returning. It was announced that they are going to be doing the quote-unquote Galactic Patrol arc, which is essentially the Moro arc for manga readers, and a lot of people are really excited about this thing. It's been for years, ever since the Dragon Ball Super TV anime went off air, that a lot of people been kind of waiting and wondering like, yo, what's happening? When is Dragon Ball Super gonna return? Is it going to return? Of course, we had that whole Dragon Ball Daima anime in between things, which kind of kept some fans at bay as far as, you know, their appetite for Dragon Ball and all the stuff that it has to offer. But inevitably, there was a large section of the fandom that were kind of like, yo, Daima's cool, or maybe they didn't even like it, just depends on the fan. Where's that Dragon Ball Super anime? And at a recent event, it was announced that Dragon Ball Super's anime will be returning, which had a lot of people thinking like, okay, like, you know, we're about to get Dragon Ball Super's anime, the next arc, very soon. However, at that same event, they also announced that they were going to be doing a remaster, so to speak, somewhat of a remake. It doesn't seem like it's going to be from the ground up. It does seem like they're going to go back into the archive, so to speak, and kind of remake certain aspects, you know, recolor, do a whole bunch of different things to the pre-existing Dragon Ball Battle of Gods section, essentially the Beerus arc, which based off the trailer, for the most part, from what they've showcased, it does look like it's an upgrade. It does look like it's a lot better, even though, yes, Dragon Ball Battle of Gods has been redone multiple different times via the movie, the anime, the manga, but it seems like this next rendition of the Dragon Ball Battle of Gods is going to be even better. Not to mention, there's been a rumor circulating that Akira Toriyama, before his passing, was attempting to supervise this whole thing because he wanted to make it truer to his original vision and ultimately, again, just make it better. However, with this newfound Dragon Ball Battle of Gods arc and seemingly a lot of other stuff to come of essentially remakes of Dragon Ball Super, ultimately that means that, well, if what word is circulating is true, Dragon Ball's next arc for the Super anime is going to take a while to come out, and a lot of people are probably not the most enthusiastic about it, because essentially if you remove the factor of that Dragon Ball Battle of Gods is being remade and a lot lot of other stuff from Dragon Ball Super. Pretty much the entirety of Dragon Ball Super is being remade in one form or another. Then essentially the announcement would be, yes, Dragon Ball Super's next arc is coming, but it's gonna take a while, which is probably not the announcement that Dragon Ball fans want to hear. I mean, we had the Broly film, and of course we had the whole superhero film. So again, there has been Dragon Ball in between, but as far as continuing the story that millions were invested in, you know, I'll never forget when the Tournament of Power was going on, the amount of people that were just anticipating each and every week was crazy. It was just like an event damn near every week for Dragon Ball Super. So rightfully so, fans are gonna feel like, yo bro, we've already waited a real long time. What's going on here? And before we continue, make sure to hit that subscribe button and that bell. I greatly appreciate it. You'd be able to get notified about anything and everything in the world of anime and manga, so hit them buttons. Because according to these leaks, it seems as though the Dragon Ball Super anime remaster will air weekly without breaks, running straight through its arcs, though the Moro arc itself will not air until early 2028, again according to this word that has been circulating, because it'll start off with the Beerus arc, which will be in the autumn of 2026, followed by Golden Frieza, then the Universe 6 tournament start of 2027, followed by Goku Black, then Tournament of Power mid 2027, unconfirmed, which this is gonna be, you know, give or take if they decide to go that route of doing Dragon Ball Super Broly at the end of 2027, or they might just skip that altogether. I mean, if they're already redoing Beerus and they're redoing Golden Frieza, then there's a good possibility that they might decide to do the Broly film in the TV anime as well, which I'm curious how that'll be handled, because that film till this day still stands the test of time as far as the, you know, quality visuals and things like that. And then following that, if this whole schedule goes according to plan, the Moro arc would premiere around early 2028, which again, for some fans that are upset, it's understandable. It's basically like the announcement we're getting in early 2026 for the next arc of Super won't even be happening. You know, the actual arc won't premiere for another couple years. It's pretty much the same concept of like video game that gets announced and then like you're 2-3 years in and you're like, hey, where's the video game? And considering again that they've already had ample amount of time to start working on this thing, it's like it almost seems as though Toei Animation is essentially recreating, or attempting to at the very least, recreate the feeling and the whole run that the original Dragon Ball Super anime had, where essentially, you know, you had a new Dragon Ball episode each and every week. Opposed to that aspect, like the original run, one of the things that was, I guess, very charming about it and extremely special to say the least was the fact that after a certain point, the anime went ahead of the manga. I want to say it was roughly around like the Universe 6 tournament stuff, maybe Goku Black, somewhere in that ballpark. Dragon Ball Super, essentially the anime, each and every week was like, we didn't know what to expect. There wasn't no manga source material because Toyotaro's manga version, story-wise, was kind of behind, hence why the manga actually is a bit different, which kind of makes me curious if they're going to change some of these stuff from the anime to actually mirror what happened in the manga. That'll be interesting to note. But nevertheless, that was one of the things about the experience of the Dragon Ball Super TV anime that was so fun. It was that you didn't know what's going to happen. It was very unexpected. It was very much so a journey without knowing what's going to happen, opposed to nowadays, you know, majority of stories, whether you read the manga or not, you'll come across some sort of spoiler, you'll come across some sort of information that is going to tell you what's about to happen. And Dragon Ball Super's TV anime, outside of some leaks here or there, we didn't have manga source material. It was basically like surprise each and every week. So I guess in that regard, Dragon Ball Super's anime, you know, the recreation of this feeling, so to speak, is not going to be the same because, well, most of this has already aired. I guess for a first-time viewer that's never been spoiled, they'll have a very massive treat for this thing. But for people that have already experienced some of this stuff, I mean, I guess a sense of nostalgia will be a factor, and if they recreate certain elements and if it looks as amazing as we've seen based off the trailer for the Beerus arc, then it'll be a very interesting experience to say the least. But still, it's kind of wild for a lot of people, like, yo, you know, a long wait still for the next arc, which if they're just starting potentially now to work on this thing, and that aspect is good, that they're giving them a good amount of time to make sure that this thing looks the best quality possible. I guess it just all boils down to people probably would have liked that this thing was already worked on and near completion by the time we got the announcement. But I do believe some of the reasons why we weren't able to have this thing ready by this point was the fact that essentially there was a lot of behind the scenes things going on with the Dragon Ball IP, where essentially they probably weren't allowed to work on some of this stuff until now. And as soon as they got the okay, like, hey, we could do this thing, they were like, let's let fans know it's coming, we just gotta work on it. And for those that are curious when we're going to get the next update on this thing, the next trailer, the next confirmation. Dragon Ball Super confirms when next big update on anime's future is coming. Dragon Ball Super has now set a date for when they will be revealing the next big update on the anime's future. Dragon Ball made a surprising comeback this year with the reveal that the franchise has a number of projects already lined up for the future as part of the celebration of the 40th anniversary of Akira Toriyama's manga making its debut. And with the Dragon Ball franchise coming back for much more anime, there's a new update on one of these new projects coming much sooner than fans might have expected. Dragon Ball Super Beerus has been announced as an official anime remake, remaking much of the original Battle of Gods arc seen in the first Dragon Ball Super TV anime series. This will be a new revision of the arc that's been touted as an enhanced version, and thankfully a new update on this new Dragon Ball Super remake anime has been confirmed to be coming as part of the Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2026 event on April 19th, as detailed on the event's official website. As part of the lineup for Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2026, Dragon Ball Super Beerus will be hosting a special panel on April 19th. It's yet to be revealed if this panel will be made public or if it will only be available to those who attend the event in Los Angeles, California, but it's certainly good news to see an update is on the way either way. The remake was confirmed to be making its debut in Japan, but there are still many more questions surrounding exactly what to expect from this new take on the now classic arc. Dragon Ball Super Beerus has yet to confirm how many episodes it will be running for when it premieres later this year, but it's teased to feature extensive new cuts, revisions to existing scenes, a complete re-rendering of all footage, newly recorded dubbing with added score and sound effects, and a full reconstruction of the story. And according to leaks and words circulating and just fan speculation, here is potentially what we might get as far as how many episodes per arc. Assuming this is legit, we might get 6 episodes for Battle of Gods, which, if you think about it, that's pretty much the length of the film. 7 episodes for Resurrection F. Honestly, so long as they avoid the pitfalls that they made with the original Resurrection F with some of those art and animation choices, well, there's only so much you could do with that section of the story in general, but I think that it would be fine for the most part. Then potentially we're looking at 10 episodes for Universe 6 versus 7, potentially 18 episodes for the Future Trunks saga, and potentially 40 episodes for the Tournament of Power. Now, the rest of this is clearly going to be speculation because obviously we haven't reached these points, but some are saying 24 episodes for Moro, 24 episodes for Granola, 5 episodes for the superhero prequel, and 12 episodes for the superhero arc. I mean, I guess regarding the superhero arc, which would be basically a remaking of the superhero movie, that's something that they have to remake entirely, so I'm curious how they will handle that. Considering they're remaking Battle of Gods and Resurrection F and potentially Broly, there's a big possibility that they might go through that route for the superhero arc as well, although considering how they're running this thing, it's not really sure when that actual content will reach us, considering we'd still have to go through the Granola arc, and of course if they do the superhero prequel stuff that Toyotaro penned, so that's a distance out. And yeah, it definitely seems like there's a lot to look forward to for Dragon Ball moving forward, although I do understand that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be upset or disappointed for the wait for the new arcs, but at the same time, considering they're doing this enhanced version of Battle of Gods and so on and so forth, for fans that are just in general eager for more Dragon Ball and looking forward to kind of this experience again, or for the first time, we're not gonna have to wait much longer. Another season or 2 of anime, and then that's where we get started. Very curious how a lot of you people feel about this whole thing. How do you feel about having to wait a few years for the Granola stuff? Are you okay with it, considering the fact that again we're going to be having the enhanced version of all of these arcs that we've experienced beforehand, and we're going to be getting Dragon Ball every week? Or if you're one of those fans that already experienced that, are you disappointed? I think it's going to still kind of stand as its own experience. Yeah, you'll know what's going to happen, but most of that stuff is going to essentially be like almost a version of like, you know, I read the manga already, but with the anime kind of giving a different experience. That's what I'm hoping for, and that's what I do believe it's going to deliver. And honestly, for the most part, for me personally, I am going to look forward to this regardless. I am going to try my best to enjoy this and wait patiently for Moro, because either way, we're still getting Dragon Ball in some form or another, kind of a new experience, so to speak, starting this year. But that's all I have for this one. I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day. Peace in.
Oh shit! Well, damn it, hey, I hope, bro. Shout out to For Never World. Go to subscribe to him so you can be updated. Yeah, right on, bro. For the news. Damn. So we know what to expect. Well, in that regard, I mean, in a broader and more comforting perspective and point of view of what you should harbor as a true fan, you know, of anime, period. Is it okay, you know, respect it, okay, you know, hey, even though it's taking you guys longer, then hey, we can't say the need be because, you know, hey, that shit takes a lot of Yeah, it takes a lot out of them, out of these anime creators and artists. So, in which they require breaks, but we've been waiting, like you said, we've been waiting for a long time, already. But you guys don't tag it on, like for us to wait a little bit longer. It's like, what are you gonna be like? F you. Oh no, just okay. Well, we still respect Goku. You know what I mean? Rest in peace, Toriyama. Hey, uh, shout out to the Dragon Ball team. And hey, we'll wait. God bless us to be able to to live long enough to see when you guys are actually producing out this new Dragon Ball Super content. So in the meantime, hey, and this within the broadest company perspective, as I mentioned, shit, look at it like this and take joy from it. While we're waiting on that, we can gain excitement from watching a whole bunch of other flood of content that's coming out in regards to anime, Hollywood shows, if you will, which has been shown to be ranking higher than these Hollywood movies. So, hey, I mean, by the time you realize it, after being so, dived into these new or ongoing shows that are going on right now within the anime realm and the Hollywood TV shows. But when you realize it, you end up being like, oh man, shit, it's time for Dragon Ball to come out. So, you know, like, hey, it's not that much of a worry. Like as if Dragon Ball is like one of the few animes that are out right now that a lot of people are waiting for. They're have such build up anticipation for it. So nah, just there's a whole plethora and a flood of other anime content that's out right now and that's coming out. So, there will definitely be hype in and and so immersed into where, we were like, hey, Dragon Ball, whatever the hell the Dragon Ball team decide, they'll come out with their shit when they come out with it. Until then, we're on this other shit. So, but shout out to For Never World. And while I eat my little snack, I'll be playing this last video from him. So, yeah, shout out to Brother for Neverworld. Okay, and I believe it's this one. Here we go.
So the Chainsaw Man manga with part 2 has just did something that honestly makes me feel like this series has gone to the wayside. This series has become what some might argue a bit on the garbage side. And not the good kind of garbage either. I'm talking about like, it just feels like a waste of time at this point. Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo has just accumulated a massive amount of haters after the latest leaks came in that has people looking at the series and comparing it to some of the downsides of Fairy Tail. Can't believe I'm saying that, but yeah, that's what the people are saying. And the latest events in Boruto has something very significant that is about to happen with Sarada Uchiha, the daughter of Sasuke, based on what's been going on of her utilizing her powers. Yeah, this is not looking good for the Uchiha gal. But I don't want to waste any more of your time. Let's talk about it. Well, before we continue, hit that subscribe button and that bell so you can get notified on anything and everything in the world of anime and manga. Hit them buttons. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to be talking about 3 different series in this video. I'm not going to get in depth with each chapter. I'm just basically going to talk about some of the highlights of stuff that just kind of had me a little bit like, whoa. And I guess we'll start off with Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man's latest chapter honestly was very disappointing. The writing of Chainsaw Man has been for a while now, ever since it hit part 2, but as part 2 has gone on, has been somewhat ridiculous. Some might argue differently. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comment section below, as respectful as you can. But ultimately, this series just isn't the same. Like, it hasn't been the same since part 1, and part 2 has only got more ridiculous, and in essence, honestly, has, in my opinion, failed to produce what Denji Denji should have become. After the end of part 1 of Chainsaw Man, Denji should have really, I don't want to say grown up, but ultimately there should be aspects of his character that should be non-existent at this point. After the end of part 1 of Chainsaw Man, you would have thought like, yo, with everything that happened, all of the responsibilities on Denji's back, like he would have been different. But you get to Chainsaw Man part 2, and in the beginning, well, you've seen what was going on, and throughout the series we've seen yet time and time again that Denji has been betrayed one time after another by several different people for being trusting. But that's not even necessarily the element that I'm disappointed about, because you know it happens at the end of the day. It's a crazy world, and ultimately you never know what people are about to do. This latest event had me looking at Denji like, why? And there's an article about it that I feel actually puts it and sums it up greatly, so let's read. If you don't read Chainsaw Man or anything, you will understand that Denji, well, this character that started off in part 1 as like, you know, he's just destitute and horny, ultimately was supposed to have changed by now. But yeah, let's read. Shonen Jump's most popular dark manga is still stuck on the same tired trope. Shonen Jump's darkest manga continues to use the same trope for its protagonist, and it's high time he received some development. Most shonen protagonists are built using the same formula. They have grand world-saving ambitions and take action to achieve those goals. However, one shonen series has stepped away from this traditional mold and crafted its protagonists around highly unconventional tropes. That series is Tatsuki Fujimoto's Chainsaw Man, and its protagonist is Denji. Chainsaw Man is famous for how it distinguishes itself from other shonen series, and his biggest distinction lies in Denji. Amid the abundance of shonen protagonists with unrealistic goals, Denji, who has had a rough childhood, only wanted a normal life. Once he was able to eat 3 meals a day, his next desire became getting a girlfriend, specifically implying that he wanted to get intimate with a girl. Ever since he became a devil hunter and could fulfill basic human needs, he has taken actions driven by that desire, leading to many poor decisions. Girls have repeatedly manipulated Denji through his desires, and in the latest chapter, he once again makes a major decision based on his sexual impulses, one that could potentially lead to the end of the world. Not once or twice, but Denji has been manipulated 3 times because of his sexual impulses. Makima and Rize exploited his weakness in part 1 of the manga, and those experiences were traumatic enough that they should have given him the character development needed to avoid being manipulated by Yoru in the same way. However, Yoru exploited Denji as well and manipulated him into her scheme, which eventually led to a major battle in which Denji fought the War Devil. After an intense fight, it seemed like Denji had won, but the latest chapter showed him making yet another decision driven by his impulses that completely turned the tables. Spoiler alert, by the way. In chapter 229, titled Nightjar and Asa, as Yoru was bleeding out, Denji approached her and fed her his own blood. When Yoru asked why he would do that and give up the fight, Denji explained that he saved her because she had promised to have sex with him if he ate a dangerous devil. Giving up a battle where the fate of the world is at stake for the possibility of getting intimate with a girl who could have easily been lying perfectly encapsulates Denji's character. However, since this trope has been repeated multiple times, it feels boring and adds nothing new to the narrative. The consequences of his decision are still unknown, and the next chapter will reveal what Yoru plans to do with Denji. Unless this turns out to be a clever strategy by Denji to deceive Yoru and secure victory, Chainsaw Man risks losing its uniqueness by reusing a tired trope that does not move the story forward. And I'm gonna throw in an addendum as far as the fact that if he is utilizing this idea and utilizing this as a tactic to, you know, get one over on her, then by all means, well played, and I take back what I'm saying about Chainsaw Man right now. I can do that. I reserve that right. However, as it stands right now, this lack of character development, this continuing on with this same tired trope that should have been over with, like, yo, Denji's been through so much. Denji's done a lot. And the fact that that's still kind of, like, obviously any dude is, of course, going to have, you know, somewhat of a goal. There's nothing wrong with that. But the way that they have painted Denji as far as him being just desperate and willing to do anything for a slither of the punani, it's tired. It's tired. It's lame.
Exactly.
How much more are we going to continue to see Denji make the same mistake going after the punani? And I'm sorry to get a little bit graphic with my wording, but that's just genuinely what it is. Denji's writing and Chainsaw Man as a whole at this particular point feels beyond ridiculous. And this is coming from somebody that actually really appreciated Chainsaw Man 1, appreciated what the story represented, but after a certain point, the series, even as ridiculous as it was, and it's been, the foundation of it at the very least has been, ultimately Denji's character should have changed by now. And unless this is a massive tactic by Denji, ultimately it just feels ridiculous. And that's one of the things why I hate when people try and compare or say that Chainsaw Man and Tokyo Ghoul are similar because of certain aspects, maybe the aesthetics or something like that. Let's be very clear. Chainsaw Man and Tokyo Ghoul, Two very different series, very different characters. Chainsaw Man is essentially driven by desire. Tokyo Ghoul is true love, honesty, devotion, like everything that Ken Kaneki would do for his people, for Toka. That is a whole different ball game. It's just pure. Chainsaw Man is just, honestly, it's been this way, but it even more so feels cemented when you hear things like this. It just feels like raunchy filth. And sometimes raunchy filth is entertaining, but after a certain point is like, yeah, I don't know. I can't get jiggy with that element. I can't get jiggy with this series, and this is why I've said for a while now, like, I try to step back from Chainsaw Man, and I don't really talk about Chainsaw Man like that because of aspects like this. It's like, what are we doing here? So yeah, just wanted to throw that in there as far as like, don't compare Tokyo Ghoul, don't compare. They're all different characters, different people. They're just very, very different. Do not do that. And yeah, I guess I just had to let this one off, this rant, because I feel like Chainsaw Man, there's so much potential there, and it just feels like Fujimoto just kind of always reverts back to the same old tropes that is like, we get it. Denji, you know, he was a horny dude for a long time. Why are we still revisiting this? Like, can't we have him go into a different element, or can't you write some characters, some females that are actually, you know, not trying to fuck him over? I'm just saying. But then moseying on over to Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, without getting into really any big spoilers. If you're a Jujutsu Kaisen fan, then you kind of know what's going on, and if you don't, essentially in one of the latest leaks, it seems as though they're doing some sort of Battle of Gods holding hands event with some of the main characters. At the very least, I know the names of, I think, like 3 of them. It's Maru the alien, Yuka, Suguri, and I think there's like Maru's twin brother, and like they're all holding hands, and it seems like they're all coming into some harmonious event. And a lot of people are very upset about that. They're like, oh, this is going the fairy tale route. I can't believe it. Gege did it again. Because in case you don't know, the ending of the Jujutsu Kaisen manga, a lot of people hated that too. I doubt that's going to translate when the anime comes, because it seems as though manga readers are the most critical and harshest when it comes to the ending. And then suddenly when the anime comes along, everybody loves it. Attack on Titan, manga, everybody hated it. Anime comes along, everybody loves it. So even if like people are hating on this right now, which we're still in this whole thing of leak culture, of people reading a leak or two and being like, oh my god, it's the worst thing ever. It's like, bro, first of all, wait until the whole chapter comes out. Second of all, if everything is being on some peaceful stuff, the whole idea of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo is essentially like, you know, these aliens that came to Earth to try and see if they can coexist in alignment with, you know, these sorcerers, these Jujutsu sorcerers, and humanity as a whole. And there's obviously been some static in between all of this stuff. There's been a lot of events that have occurred since then, but ultimately that's one of the primal essence of this spin-off sequel series. And if they've reached some sort of resolution where they could all coexist, which this isn't necessarily the end, I think there's like 2 to 3 more chapters at the very least coming for this thing, but if they're able to do that, then that's a cool message. That's a great message, and I don't see why people are going to be flipping out like, oh my god, peace was resolved. Like, a seeking for understanding, alignment, and peace is kind of one of the core elements of Modulo to begin with. So if they do reach that aspect, why not? Seems like Jujutsu Kaisen fans, or it just seems like in general manga fans, don't like it when things are actually ending on a good note, on a positive note. Like, why does everything have to be doom and gloom? Why does everything have to be tragedy? And even when they get that, a la Attack on Titan, manga fans still be tripping and bugging. So there's just no pleasing manga fans. There's gonna be a section, there's no pleasing everybody in general. Like, there's always gonna be a section of a fandom that is going to feel some type of way regardless. I'd say if you're a creative or whatnot, take this as a lesson that just write the story that you want to write, do it to the best of your capability, and keep it going, because this is another prime example of everybody has been champion and saying Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo is one of the best sequels, one of the best spin-offs. This is incredible, the writing is great, Gege at their best, and then come the last few chapters, here we go again of people dunking on it, saying this is garbage, this is terrible. I've seen people comparing it to the Care Bears. I don't know, shout out to the Care Bears, because I don't get what they got to do with any of this. But yeah, it just seems like you're never gonna please everybody, so just do your best. And for me personally, I'm gonna keep on enjoying this ride until the end. And shout out to Jujutsu Kaisen, shout outs to Gege. When this gets animated, I am almost certain that the same people that are talking crap are gonna be praising it and saying, oh my god, it's great, and the anime did great for it, even though it'll be damn near the same story. It's just that I don't know what it is about manga endings. But yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen fans are tripping over the latest chapter of Modulo. And then last, but of course certainly not least, I normally do a whole entire video of this, but to be honest with with you, there was just a couple events that I really wanted to talk about the latest chapter of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, chapter 31. One of the major aspects that I wanted to cover is the fact that, in case you don't know, when it comes to the Uchiha clan, basically like Sasuke or whatnot, when they have a certain eye power called the Mangekyo Sharingan, if they utilize it too much, then essentially at some given point, they start to lose their sight. They start to lose the ability to see certain things or to see. And based off the latest chapters, it seems as though Sasuke's daughter, Sarada Uchiha, has reached that point and she's starting to not be able to see. After this battle that she's had with these clone divine tree people, her eyesight starts to get a little bit weakened and it starts to look a little bit blurry for her. And it seems as though Sarada has reached a point where she's not going to be able to see soon if she doesn't get that upgrade. And what that upgrade entails is essentially she needs another set of Uchiha eyes to be able to essentially evolve her form from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the EMS Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Problem with that is the only person that could possibly do that for her is her father, Sasuke Uchiha. And considering the fact that, as the story has showcased up until this point, Sasuke is still in the tree, ultimately that's not even an option at this point, assuming even if it did came, because you gotta remember one major factor, Sasuke doesn't have the other eye right now. So even if he was to give her anything, it would only be able to have one eye for her. So she would only be essentially like a one-eyed Uchiha as well. So therein lies a major problem for the character. How do we go moving forward with this thing? I mean, they might do some, which I hope they don't because it's going to be such a cop-out, but they could potentially go the route of technology has advanced so much they figured out a way to fix the Mangekyo. I would hate that, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's already been established, in order to evade the situation, similar to when Sasuke went absolutely insane, you know, in the Kage Summit, the 5 Kage Summit, and started annihilating people, and he basically needed that surgery. He needed to use Itachi's eyes in order to be able to see again. Ultimately, it's supposed to be the same scenario. Obviously, things have been different. The way Sarada even got Mangekyo was very different than most of the other Uchiha. Her version of Mangekyo Sharingan was essentially like following Kawaki's wish on Ada to have the entirety of the shinobi world go after Boruto and look at him as an enemy. Sarada pleads with her father Sasuke to look after Boruto and help save him. Out of desperation for Sasuke to believe her because his memories and reality have been overwritten, Sarada undergoes an emotional transformation that awakens her Mangekyo Sharingan, the pain and sadness of what was going on with Boruto, and trying to explain it to her father, which some might argue, oh, that's a little bit. Gotta remember also that Sarada is a younger female, so when stuff happens to her, it's going to feel a lot more traumatic to her, opposed to like a hardened, grown-ass man that, yeah, it's going to take a lot to make that motherfucker snap. But essentially, yeah, this is one situation that is like, there's a couple of different routes I guess they could try to take it. Obviously, it would be a very cheap cop-out to say technology's advancements will solve that problem. Sasuke right now is in a tree, and ultimately, he only has the one eye anyway. It could go the route of revisiting the contents of the Shin Uchiha situation, where there was the underground lab with like 50 trillion Uchiha eyes that Danzo collected from back in the day. So that's a possibility as well. Honestly, it would be amazing if they introduced a new Uchiha character that somehow came from somewhere. Like, that would be, I don't know. Doesn't seem like Boruto has really been taking those type of risks of, you know, introducing a new character that would be so profound as a new Uchiha. Then again, like, that could itself spawn a whole new film if they was to introduce a new Uchiha character. And other than those routes, I'm not sure how else they would go about fixing the situation so Sarada doesn't be completely blind to the world and not be able to see what's happening. And in general, considering the situation is pretty dire at this particular point, we're facing some very incredible threats and we need everybody we possibly can. Sarada needs to step it up, and something needs to give very quickly, because she was actually very much so useful on the battlefield. She was zapping those bug clones like they were nothing, utilizing her Mangekyo capabilities. So yeah, they need to figure out something quick. A few other significant things in the chapter is, it seems as though the divine tree creature is now about to head with all of his clones towards Ada. Kobu managed to survive after Shikamaru and Sai went to the rooftop, so now Kobu is indeed alive, and it seems as though he's not finished with interrogating Shikamaru, because he's going to get to the bottom of this. I really hope by the time things is all said and done and they're able to talk again, that essentially everybody's memories is swapped back, and somehow, some way, Ada's ability is already done. Like, it's been a long time. It's been a long time of everybody being with this whole memory swap situation. I would like for it to be that when push comes to shove, they realize, oh, okay, because it just feels like a nonsensical plot thread. Like, what are they gonna do at this particular point? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I guess guess if they're gonna try and hold down Shikamaru and, you know, question him, interrogate him, and keep him away, but that just feels like, in all honesty, this whole situation with the Kobu is like, well, we heard what the Toad said. The Toad said basically like he's better off, you know, but we'll see how that goes. And of course, Boruto aura farming, but I'm not gonna complain about it because if I could champion it for other series like Solo Leveling, I don't want to, you know, downplay it. And yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say on that. Let me know what you guys think about this though. For starters, for Chainsaw Man fans, how do you feel about these latest events with Denji and his character regression? Jujutsu Kaisen fans, do you think that Modulo was ruined with this latest, you know, holding hands and heading towards potentially peace event? And of course, Boruto fans, what do you think about the latest events? Do you think Sarada is gonna go blind? But that's all I have for this one. I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day. Peace in.
Well, that's it. With Chainsaw Man, I mean, yeah, just going in order. How my boy shout out for Neverworld. I'll say, yeah, bro. Your complaint in regards to um, to Chainsaw Man. I mean, that's been a complaint that a lot of us, man, who are, you know, fans of such genres, you know, and in such worlds of like anime and movies and TV shows and all that. That's been our complaint, bro, for a long time, man. Of being tired of these characters, these characters who supposed to have some kind of sense of masculinity, to to stop just being all wimpy and bitchy and shit, you know, um, and just being submissive them to the female, and just, you know, and it's tired, you know, and the character being pussy whipped, you know, falling for the nicest pair of titties, you know, and then he's engulfed into some kind of like bullshit, you know, and especially to where it may be detrimental, not just for him, but for those around him. In this case, Dingy, where his involvement with a female may involve the end of the world. Oh hell no. Yeah, leave that coochie alone. Oh shit. And then with Boruto, I mean, I'm just waiting for them to come up with the animation for for that right there, you know, for that arc, two blue vortex, which I think I may just dive into that manga series, you know, right there, and boom, and be all, you know, caught up, because I'm curious as to what happened in regards to where the anime left off, you know, after that big battle, and he's having that battle with this guy with this dude supposed to be his friend, whom Naruto adopted as his own son. So yeah, I want to see what's going on with the aftermath of all that. And I'm still shitty about them, you know, killing off my dude Kurama. Yeah, I'm still a little pissed about that one. Yeah, I kind of cried, motherfucker. Fuck you. I cried. Motherfucker, that's Kurama. Fuck what you talking about. Shit. Yeah. But shout out to our brother from Neverworld, man. So yeah, I just, you know, like I said, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, you know, and like you mentioned, uh, Attack on Titan. Now people, you know, hated the ending of the manga, but people love the ending of the anime. So um, I would say yes, it's good to get, you know, both perspectives, you know, from the manga and the anime. So dive into it if you can, if you have the time. But we are going to be getting into our main event. Yes, yeah, our main event, Fallout. So So we gotta get into talk about this shit. So as we know from where they left off, in that little battle and shit with Lucy and the ghoul and her father, and now they're off to hunt him down, and so that leads them to heading off to Vegas, to New Vegas. Mm-hmm. At least I'm heading off to New Vegas, and yeah, they come across some bullshit on the way, man. I'm like, oh god, like, and this chick, just I'm like, she's kind of like annoying to some degree, you know. But then again, it should be understood because it calls us to realize like, hey, she's been in a vault most of her life, and so she's definitely going to like change when she experience all there is, that's supposed to be within the wasteland. So yeah, they have some hiccups, as you will see if you've seen this season, and this chick too, man, like she's fucking just like this bitch, man. She's on like some evil shit, dude. Like she got this motherfucker here like on some total bitch made shit here. Like they have him like all scary as hell, scared to stand up to her and shit. All up until we're close to what, like, yeah, the end of the season. That's when he like finally stands up to her, like saying like, oh, he can't take it no more. He can't take it no more. Or feel like them this bitch, following along this bitch's little scheme or whatever, her grand plan by following her, allowing her to impose upon him of taking care of a kid that's not his type of shit. And he's also scared to speak up against her and shit. Because you see this bitch, she got a knife and she's like, do we have a problem? Well, I was thinking with Steven, like, do we have a problem, Steven? And she jams a knife in on her damn desk. I'm like, bitch, please sit your ass down. And then we have her brother, as they show in this season, what her brother's going through. Now you see her brother, he's just worn out, deprived of food and water because he's locked into this damn into this vault where they have all the chambers at these cryo chambers of all these different people. And so he figured, okay, he should go ahead and destroy the brain, little mini robot, and and basically found a way to unlock all the cryo chambers, and released all the people there. But at the end, as you will see, it's to his disadvantage. It'll be to his disadvantage though. But I'm like, damn, this dude, he's like, a weakling in this show. I'm like, oh man, just these dudes. And our boy Maximus, you know, he's he's with the Brotherhood, and with his rank that he rose up to, because because it was led to believe that he took out the leader to the resistance, that one chick, whom which they show throughout the series, when it comes to the past tense in regards to Cooper Howard. But well, boy Maximus, he's with the Brotherhood, still going to the guys, okay, like Like he defeated the leader, boom, so he got this rank or whatever, and they end up arriving at this site here where it's supposed to be Area 51 was actually, a base that they turned into where, where it's, where they turned into their little temporary headquarters. And that's where you see all those in the brotherhood of their different sects, meeting up and shit, deciding what to do when it comes to they just said the Commonwealth, who was supposed to be like the head over all of those different sectors. So, whether or not they should reveal the relic to them, which is the diode, that little blue substance, which they shot up into their head, the scientists, those who was trying to like keep it from the hands of those who mean to use the energy source for dark reasons. But yeah, so they decided, what they were going to do with it and all that shit, and then you have I think his name was Victus, yeah, the head of that brotherhood, whom Maximus belongs to. Was trying to get them to the other factions and of their order to side with them, so he can go against the Commonwealth. But it didn't turn out good at all. So yeah, we end up fighting each other and all that shit, and then Maximus, he decided on where, hey, he's going to take him out because, yeah, the truth was going to come out. He had that one dude from the Commonwealth. He died because they went to this one site in their little mech suits, and the dude from the Commonwealth was trying to take out these kids. Where more than half of them was ghouls who turned into ghouls. And Maximus stopped him, by killing him, taking him out. So, and being in fear of, being court-martialed and all that by the Brotherhood. So he decided to say, fuck it, he's going to go ahead and aim to take out the leader, Victus. And so that's when you see where they all end up basically fighting each other and shit, taking each other out. And what helped cause that was dude, Maximus' friend, whom I'd say, looked like a damn, it was basically like a female. I could tell it was a boy or a girl. He or she took the diode. She snuck and took it away from the leader of Brotherhood. And when one of the factions realized that it was gone, that's when they ended up starting fighting each other. But at the same time, too, you'll see one of the squires who ended up turning into a ghoul. He ends up, linking up with Maximus, and he follows him the rest of the way throughout this season. So Maximus, just to be in disguise, he had him, be in a mech suit just to play as if he's the dude from the Commonwealth that he killed. Well, it didn't matter in the end because when all the fighting started and all that, they start clashing and their ships end up getting destroyed and all that whatnot. But yeah, but back to Lucy and Howard, the ghoul. They end up arriving on their way to Vegas. They end up arriving to this place, this building, where Lucy ends up hearing. She ends up hearing this like feminine voice screaming, asking for help. And I'm like, this is where their trip together to Vegas kind of like takes a detour. So where they kind of like split off and shit because Uh, after a while, of trying to talk him down, she convinced him to go and help out this feminine voice that's in distress. And I'm like, oh man. And what he says here, he's like, empathy is like mud. You lose your boots in that stuff. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, hey, 50% true on that one. 50% true on that one. Uh, yeah, and going and help this feminine voice out. It was screaming for help, which happens to be this woman who belongs to these group of people who is subject under these under this one faction calling themselves the Legion, and we'll get to them in a minute. But they get there, you know, and and they try to help her out. And there was another guy with her, who was there, but he ends up not making it. And what comes out? Why open it? Because there was bangs on the door and all that, and these I think it's like these scorpion-like creatures end up coming out, attacking them. So they're both kind of like, what I mean, freaking out, shooting them, whatever, to, kill them all. And then the big one came through. Yeah, came through. Motherfucker eating her own. Yeah, which hey, she well, they both managed to defeat this creature. I mean, but not before this creature managed to stab both the ghoul and that woman whom she helped, whom Lucy helped, because he ends up grabbing her. The ghoul ends up grabbing her to act as a shield against the strike of this scorpion-like creature. I'm like, why don't y'all come with something like this? Like, damn, like why does it always have to be the spider? The spider types. Like, damn, like at least make it something like this. Shit. When it comes to these like video games and shit, I'm just like I mentioned before. But yeah, and so and as they're both like in need of help, like this of taking of this serum that the Gould uses on a regular basis to help keep him alive. And so, she only had like one dosage left, and she chose to use it for the woman. I'm like, damn. I'm like, bitch. I'm like, that's kind of like cold blooded. Like you got all of your feelings and shit because you're like, oh, he's a monster, all that shit. You want to deal with him and all that blah blah. So she went and she goes off with the woman to take her off to her people. Little did she know she was taking her. She was taking Lucy to a whole area where she did not want to be at all. So yeah, she leaves the ghoul and he's there, groveling. So yeah, and knowing that he will survive in some way, which he does, he managed to survive. But you can imagine him being pissed because she refused to give him the dosage, so he can make him survive. Because he's like, hey, he's like, F her, leave her. Because he even warned her. He's like, hey, yeah, she's over people that yeah, you don't want to be mixed with. And later on, we see why. And within this legion, there's a character that which I wouldn't even guess of them putting this male character, this male actor in this in this season. You're kind of surprised. I'm like, okay, oh, y'all put this motherfucker in there. Ah. So yeah, next line, man, we got we see, her brother managed to revive or open up the crowd chambers of the people who was there, and yeah, they managed to escape and make it out of there. And then they end up emerging up onto the surface when they come across a building and all that type of shit. And then her brother comes at odds with a dude there who has some background within the dealings of the people who actually helped orchestrated this whole uh, apocalyptic state. And the dude is bigger than her brother and all that shit. I'm like, damn it, at least make it a gun ho. Shit. Like, make it as to where, make it as to where you could have played along with dude. And then they would find that point where, he found something big or sharp or big blunt object like a brick and just wham. Like, motherfucker, ain't no bully shit here, but no. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. See, as you see, yeah, there's them, the factions of that brotherhood, on which Quintus, Quintus, not Victus, Quintus, who Quintus decided to have a meeting with, and yeah, about the relic and about how they want to use it to get the Commonwealth the head of their whole organization to adhere to his or their wishes. They was combating them to a degree about it, about going against the Commonwealth and all that. But like I said, it ended how that ended. Yep, and there's the dude whom Maximus deleted because he was trying to kill or take out the those ghouls, those children, those ghoul children. In the attempt to save them, he took him out, and so now he's worried, stressed out. If they're going to find out and have him court martial and execute him, all that stuff. And this here is her now arriving at at the Legion's headquarters and their little conflict that they had going on because they were split. Their little army or faction was split because it was fighting over who should become the next Caesar and fighting over the letter that the last Caesar wrote because they believed that was going to be their tale of who's going to be the next Caesar. And they decided to take her and capture her and all that stuff. Even though she brought that woman to them, but they ended up taking her, deleting her because she didn't return with her legionnaire, as they called them, because their legionnaire must have got taken out by those scorpion-like creatures. All right. And guess who's leading them? Our boy, Macaulay Culkin, who's playing the leader of these legionnaires. And he's the one that orders to have Lucy strung up on, all dead or crucifix like, but she was strung up and drugged up her first time, receiving any kind of drug. So, that was going to, have her acting all kind of crazy and shit later on. Wanting to urge, having some more drugs or to get that shit out of her. And as our boy here, the ghoul, as he made it through and all that, so and walking him traveling through and making his way to Vegas, he comes across Victor, who's this robot basically that was programmed and developed by Robert House. And I recognize this robot here from the video game, from the only video game I played of Fallout, which was New Vegas. And that robot was there. So I'm guessing that's a signature of the franchise. And this robot was actually there when when Howard and the ghoul was actually human. Like before the bombs dropped and all that. hmm So all in all, as we say, hey, that she should have listened to the ghoul. They should have listened to the damn ghoul. She should have listened to the ghoul and continued on. Because the girl, she was gonna traverse back to her place, to where her people was at anyway. Shit, she was gonna get taken out anyway, regardless. And so I'm making him back as isn't a way of him saying like, "Hey, I told you so," and um, and saying like, "Hey, I told you so," and look how you ended up now, type of shit. He shows up, the ghoul, to save Lucy, and as he did, treating her, getting her down from from her position, from her like crucifix position. They on their way out, they observe and see that both of the armies are fighting each other and shit. So they dip off with each other and make their way off to Vegas, so they can get to their main objective, so he can get to his objective of getting to not just dealing with her father, and taking him out, because he will be in his way, obviously, of getting to being able to reach of his family, who he believes is in a cryo chamber. He's aiming there, boom, to retrieve his family, and then go off from there. And she's going with him to confront her dad, to decide on whether or not she want to take him out or have him be held accountable by the people at the vote where she belonged to. Vote 33. Vote 33. So yeah. And we see that, where what they do from the Commonwealth and Maximus. So they're at the place where he went to, where the squire turned ghoul was there. Is having his own little operation of of using these kids to produce these caps from these pop bottles, because the caps they use as currency. So he has them, using them, and they arrived there. Maximus and the Commonwealth dude, who you recognize, who also played in a bunch of other films as well. Yeah, so he's there, and he's like, hey, he's going under the belief, of their creed of believing that hey, if it's a ghoul, it needs to be destroyed, type of thing. So yeah, which is this dude here again. All right, like I said, him, you guys should be able to recognize him of him playing in a bunch of other films. So yeah, and this is where you see where he smashing with his own hammer that he lended Maximus to borrow, because Maximus, they went off him. He uh he took Maximus with him, told him, oh man, come on with me, man, boom. And Maximus, I don't know, he kind of felt obligated to. And this is after he took out one of the guys from the other factions who wanted to challenge him, bare knuckle, from which he ends up pulling out a knife. He wanted to use bare knuckle non mech suits, and he ends up pulling his bitch ass ended up pulling out a knife on a black man who's 2 times less bigger than him. And so, yep, and he got what he deserved. But where Max was able to turn that blade against him. So, and that's where you see where the dude from the Commonwealth pulls up and decides to get Maximus Bone to come with him. And he's like, hey, I got a spare mech suit you could use. And so, while they aim to take out hostiles or whatever, Maximus was, when he came up on the ghouls, the kids, he was like, oh, hell no. He was like, hey, man, they're kids, man, And then dude from the Commonwealth, he's like, oh, man, they're ghouls. So, they got to be taken out. Like, so, yes, he's revving up about to take him out with his weapon, with his, like, long-range weapon. That's when Maximus, used that hammer that dude let him borrow and did him in. So now Maximus, was on the scare and all that. Then he, went back to the Brotherhood, and his friend recognized, hey, that the person in the suit, which was the ghoul who was once a squire, he had him, posing as if he was a dude from the Commonwealth. But Maximus' friend recognized that it wasn't dude from the Commonwealth, and he ended up telling her you know, him or her what happened, and he's like, hey, I'm just aiming to take out Quintus. So yep, and then this one stuck out to me too. I was like, hold on, bitch. Yo, wicked evil ass who's now damn hell having some damn regret now, bitch, and wishing you can get out of a situation and bitch that you can't get out of now. You gonna tell Cooper that so I was at home. I was here at home while you was at the war. Bitch, which one weighs more? Because, bitch, if I didn't go out there and fight, there would be other motherfuckers that would come and take this shit over while your ass is at home. So you need to shut every bit of the fuck up with that bullshit. And you need to show respect and honor. You was at home, you talking about like this, so Oh, bitch, like it's so grand, bitch, of what you was doing, bitch, over your responsibility, what you had to do, bitch, it was just a part of your the normality, bitch, of what you supposed to be in anyway, as a woman, as a mother, as a wife. You brought up, bitch, like it was equal to what the hell he was doing. Bitch, no, man fights war, bitch, that's the top of the line of responsibility ever. Because without the man fighting and winning a war, you motherfuckers would be taking over. So no, your responsibilities, bitch, of you being at home does not weigh more than what the hell he went through. And which the war she's talking about is what he went through in this, where Coop basically ends up, him and his squad, was fighting this one particular faction, which is seemed like to be Asian ran. So it was some Asian troops, whom which he got because his suit malfunctioned. And for that, he's pissed and blames the developer for it. Once he sees him like it's some kind of like gathering, he points that out to him, you know, because he basically survived this. But during this state of where his suit malfunctioned, he couldn't move, especially after they shot his suit up. That's when he ends up seeing, the appearance of what they call a death claw, this demon like creature. Which I'm like, huh? Which faction released these type of creatures? Huh, that's a mystery. Now, which I'll tell you right now that they did not reveal, but they did as much reveal that there was released by a particular group or party that Robert House was competing with. You know, he knows of his competitors, but he never revealed to show that that he knows who these factions were. He just knows them, and there's other players in the game that he basically lost to that he couldn't anticipate it of their moves. So yeah, that creature popped up, boom, and took out these soldiers who was basically gearing up, about to be ready to take out Coop as he was in this uh, in this messed up suit. This that demon at Death Call popped up, took them out, and it seems was about to take out Coop, but the damn Death Claw was the creature was alerted by presence of the fight that was continuing on, in the background, which is gunshots he heard. So that damn creature went off, and boom, and there you go. Coop survived that one. So so yeah, bitch, you talking about the way he faced in this? You talking about, bitch, what? Well, I at home, bitch. Yo, at home, being at home, shit, bitch, ain't shit. Good, yes, bitch. What the fuck you want a cookie, bitch? That's what the fuck you supposed to do. So obviously they threw that in there. Typical feminist show. Them women, like to highlight their uh, their basic womanly duties as if it's some damn type of like achievement or some shit, like they should receive some kind of like a reward for what the fuck they do when it's fucking natural. So yeah, so stop it. And then there was these some of the soldiers that was basically of these soldiers who were of the Republic. Who now I'm kind of wondering. I don't know if her dad, Lucy's dad, managed to capture them or not. Managed to release one and hold on to the other. But yeah, but we'll come up on that in a minute. But yeah, but these soldiers happens to be in like separated from the new uh, the new California Republic. So and then later on in this season, we'll see that somehow they managed to yeah to get in contact with the NCR and boom, now they're back with their group. And this is the one that I was talking about, Maximus' friend, which knew he didn't kill the or the leader of that female leader of that rebellion, who was also in contact with Howard, the ghoul. He or she was the one that said, yeah, he Maximus took out the leader. Yeah, he's the one, and they gave him they rose him up in rank because of it. Yeah, so y'all looking at this here with me, like just I would say it has to be a girl. I mean that can't be a dude. It's just I mean I'm not seeing it. I'm not. And yep, and so yeah, this was yeah, he has to take out Quintus. In which case in this scene we see that he doesn't. And I'm like, dude, you should have been took him out. Why the hell? I mean, I know he basically raised you up and all that shit, and it's in a big emotional, traumatic moment for you. But I'm like, you came to this resolve, so it's like, why you're hesitant and shaky now? You was hesitant and shaky so much so to where you allowed this old man to hobble, walk all the way to his damn gun case, to pull his damn gun out and to start shooting at your ass with it. But no, but he decided to leave off with the squire slash ghoul whom he had disguised in in the same suit as the dude from the Commonwealth. They managed to escape while there, the chaos ensued there at that base, which is, the Area 51. No, look, you had him at gunpoint, bro. I'm like, bro, you should have been and took him out. Like, what the hell, man? Yeah, but him and his buddy, go buddy who he had in the suit, they managed to dip off and escape. They managed to dip off and escape. So, oh, just so he can be caught up. Yeah. And I was like, damn. I was like, oh shit, he managed to escape. I want this motherfucker. He's running. I'm like, man, you jogging next to him, motherfucker. I'm like, shit. Like, you should be at a faster pace than this dude in this damn suit, running from that whole chaos. So take out these so we can see. Oh no. Okay. Uh, Move so it can be caught up. Yeah. Then over here, our dude, the uh, the bitch made stepdad, in his curiosity, but he, searched through her stuff while she's talking to Woody, that the fat dude with the glasses. Who got so curious, because he stuck up on her conversation that she had with the other overseer, that one black woman. I forgot her name, but I've seen her played in other shows and films as well. I believe she's probably used by Tyler Perry himself in his films. But yeah, so he came up on that and then, confronted old girl about it. But yeah, with the eye patch, yeah, she managed to take him out. And so as we go along in the season, he comes, you know, he gets more curious and about her dealings, behind the scene dealings. And he's a realizing, hey, like he came across this documents right here to show, hey, that this ID to show that she's actually Canadian. She's not American. So, that's something that he took, that he may end up, exposing to somebody. And says them back together, okay, they managed to make it to Vegas, New Vegas and all that shit. They managed to get to the Lucky 38, passing this gate or whatnot. But little did they know that somebody, for some reason, had stationed there one of them damn factions that that Robert House was competing against. They released these death claws, more than one, to basically to act as guard like that, the whole area of where that Lucky 30 building was at, where basically Robert House's headquarters. I'm like, oh, this motherfucker looks fierce, and you see the ghoul, his face, he's looking all like, he's like, he's like, what the fuck? I ain't trying to deal with this shit. No, he's like, I ain't trying to deal with this shit. Oh shit. But they managed to escape that motherfucker. So yeah, here we go over to where Cooper Howard, as they go, switch from the present to past, you know, simultaneously through this season as they did in the previous. Uh, that he's basically making contact with the woman, the female leader of the resistance, and her making contact with him because the phones, you know, went off type of shit, and he managed to get a hold to one of the phones, one of the pay phones, and he's talking to her, acting like as if he's talking to somebody, abroad, but he's actually, talking to her, telling her, hey, that this Whopper House dude, whom you believe who's going to be the cause of destruction, of the whole world type of shit, because he's going to sell over these missiles over to these corporations. And so he tells her, he's like, hey, he's like, I'm gonna get that relic, that dial, that blue high power source of energy, which is Yeah, it's very small. So yeah, he's telling her he's gonna do it then without taking him out. Which is this lady here who played in a whole bunch of films and shit. The way she was walking, boy, during this one scene, man, I was like, oh shit, she's walking, boy, she's swinging like she got some hips or something. I'm like, oh shit. And yep, as we see, yep, there. It's in the past, showing the uh, the Lucky 38, you know, post post apocalyptic. So, excuse me, and and then his wife and him and his wife were there, and she's aiming there, to enjoy the festivities there. Whereas his main aim is as we know, to get to uh, rob her house. So we see, oh, Hank. We see him. He's there. Lucy's father, who's there with a briefcase. And I was kind of curious, like, huh? So what is in his briefcase that he's keeping himself handcuffed to for God knows how long? So yeah, right there, boom. He drifting apart from his wife, while she's there, boom, enjoying the party there or whatever. Uh, this dude who is supposed to be the, I don't say figurehead. It was supposed to be like the image was showing through the commercials, hey, that this is Robert House, but it's actually not. So he's, you know, in top secret. He's supposed to be like posing as if he's Robert House, to help keep the real Robert House identity a secret, you know, through his math calculations that he predicted, which would help him to better battle against his competitors, those quote unquote who's in the shadows. But we may say the what they call the enclave. So he tells her, hey, Robert House, he wants to, speak with you. He's like, oh, I thought he had a look on, you ain't Robert House? Okay, so let's go see him. And they see him and boom. Oh, yep, this is your Robert House. Who was telling him, hey, he was telling Coop that he may end up uh, helping to bring about the disaster. Basically giving like a prediction in some sorts that the Coop will be the one to bring about the destruction of the world, basically. And technically, you could say, yeah, he's somewhat responsible for it. Which we'll get into that in a minute. And yeah, we see, her dad in this, is he escaped, boom, he's at his headquarters, at Voltec, continuing on the experiments that he said that he told this his superior, I would say, as we could say, whom he told that that he's going to continue on their research from where they left off, type of shit. So I'm like, okay, that leads me to believe. Is he talking to a computer or whatever? So yeah, I mean, they may reveal all that like in the next season. I'm pretty sure they will. But the experiment is the miniaturization of these devices, which allows them to control others in their thoughts. So, started from a big box and gradually, boom, and as as he progresses as they progressed in their research, they got to where, to a point where they with a little mind control box, he managed to get it to where, boom, their aim was to get it to a point where you can barely see this control module, to where, it would just be a little scar, on your neck. But you see through the series, it'll show him having people, having attached to people's, back of their neck, and it's just so obvious, where it looks like remote control and all that. But it's, it helps him to take out this dial. He caused him to take out this dial that he used to turn up to see basically like how much pressure their mind can take when it comes to, as he said, he was aiming for to erase any negative thought processes, and past experiences, to turn them into the quote unquote his type of productive citizens of what he wanted. Basically showing like where it's just motherfuckers are scientists and shit who has a strong desire of the same typical mad scientists of one to take over and control people. So when this dude, whom our squire slash ghoul met, who have to turn to a ghoul by giving him some shit that help basically to heal him, but they ended up turning him into a ghoul, as we've seen. Now he ended up knocked out and captured by Hank here, and and chosen to undergo an experiment, and he ended up being the one to succeed. So Hank in his experiment realized, okay, of the type of measure where of what he needs to reach in order for him to have a whole successful team of people that will basically follow his ways, basically, of what he desires. Another way of mind control. And Lucy, her ass, being all drugged up and shit. Yeah. From being all strung up, and drugged up by Macaulay Culkin's character. She's she's having withdrawals, all that shit. So yeah, so Coop, the girl gave her caps, to go and seek out some guy, to help her to flush out the drugs out of her system. And she goes to the shop and all that, and see nobody there, and so she started like looting the joint for what she needed, and she ends up coming across this dude who happens to be there, who we could say who took out the dude whom she's supposed to go see, because he had this dude in a barrel, chopped up in a barrel. I'm like, damn, this fat dude here. You can tell, look like he funky, look like he stink. And she was like, hey, I'm just here looking for such and such. He's like, what are you doing? It's just like, that's she was like, don't reach for that gun now. And he reached forward and boom, and then she ended up taking him out. So I'm like, damn. And yep, and then she makes her way back to their room, to their little hotel room. Her and a ghoul. This dude pops up, all reformed. Yeah, the guy whom her dad had, you know, strapped up and, therefore brainwashed. Her dad used him to to talk, to get to her daughter, to get to his daughter and talk to her and tell her, hey, that bringing forth to them a deal saying, hey, if you want, you know, if you to go once, want to see your family, then you got to be willing to give up grace, basically, to her father. Basically tell him, hey, it's a family for family trade type of thing. So if he wants to know where his family is, you can see how enticing that would be. So even though Grace felt betrayed, she's like, I thought we was friends. Blah blah. Yeah, but he ends up putting her out, boom, shooting her with this damn tranquilizer dart, which kind of like knocks her out for a little bit. But she was pissed, because he decided to give her up. He's like, hey, it's for the best. He's like, hey, we should know that it was going to come to this. So, hey, this is going to be a sooner way for her to come across to meet her dad, and sure enough, it was. So, boom, and he shoots her with this trank dart, and dude dips off, and he's like, hey, okay, I'll go ahead and allow an alert Mr. Hank, let him know, hey, that we have an agreement. Before dad gets there and shit, her ass Lucy, she's so pissed and emotional and shit, not thinking clearly at all. Like she's pissed at the ghoul, and she ends up punching him and shit with this mech arm, as you see now. Punched his ass out the window all the way to where this motherfucker lands on a pole, man. I'm like, good lord. I'm like, bitch. I'm like, you super dirty, man. And her ass is passing out and shit to where then boom, her dad is popping up. Oh, my little sugar bomb. He ends up snatching up, taking her with him inside Voltec, which is inside the Lucky 38, where his death claws are guarding the outside perimeter. So yeah, I'm like, damn, man. I'm like, oh man. But yeah, let me see. Then when he takes her with her and shit, and she wakes up, and she is up finding her dad, and he's end up cooking shit and all that, cooking her breakfast, that basically anticipated, that she was gonna show up there, and she did, but she ends up snatching him up. He ends up offering for her to put him in handcuffs, and she did. And so, they went through and got to where his workplace is, where he has a whole bunch of people already linked up to this to that miniaturization box, that mind control box, where they are operating as a whole unit together, and where they acting like super weird, like not themselves, where you could tell it's easy to tell that their free will was taken from them. And he ended up allowing a little demonstration to go about where two guys was like fighting each other. One guy was from the NCR, and the other one was probably from one of those Legionnaire dudes, and they was fighting each other and shit. And then he used that as an example to show her that, hey, that his way of doing things, was gonna be best for everyone in the world, which is never good for another human being to try to control another. No, that's always akin to witchcraft. So, yeah. So yeah, so they're under that mind control, and he's using them as workers to as dependable workers to develop more of these of those little boxes, those little mind control boxes. Oh, and so we have right here. Yep, and this next thing we see as us Maximus and his ghoul buddy made out. You know, he told him, "Hey, you'll be best. You know, without the mech suit." I'm like, "What the fuck ever you mean? That would that would greatly help y'all asses. Damn it, hell." But then again, I can see, hey, you know, y'all traveling like the sand and shit, y'all walking like great distances and shit. I can see this could possibly be tiring or whatever. But then again, I'm like, it should be developed to the degree to where, you know, you shouldn't have to feel like you're lifting a bunch of weight while operating that mech suit, as I would imagine. So, but yeah, he tells him, hey, you know, he's gonna decide to give the diode to Lucy because his friend, the one who I said who I can tell was a male or female, his friend gave him the diode that he took from Quintus before right before that battle kicked off. So he's decided I want to get to Lucy because he says she's a good person. So blah blah. Only this whole leaving decisions up to women bullshit is just irritating. Well, yeah, we see over here where Coop the ghoul was saved, you know, by after spending hours, you know, all the way into the night, into the later night, being being you know lunging to that pole, you know, no one willing to help him at all until this big mutant came by who happened to try to recruit, you know, Coop, you know, to join, you know, the cause to go against the Enclave, who is one of the entities that, you know, there was at odds with Robert House, whose moves he said he failed to anticipate. So yeah. So this mutant dude, he managed to get him, you know, then strap him with this thing to where you can drag him off to his hut, you know, boom, and realizing, hey, he's out of it, you know, that he wasn't gonna come to till he got there. And so, in trying to recruit him, he's trying to tell Coop, hey, you know, because Coop told him, hey, you know, he's lived for this long for all these many years by himself, and all he's aiming to do is just to retrieve his family. And so, you know, but the mutant told him, he was like, hey, well, if you can't join our con, then I can't let you see where we live. So he knocked his ass out and grabbed him and took him out. And yeah, let his ass know that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna drop you off, boom, back to the Vegas type of shit. And that's what happened. That's what happened. And you know, because his main mission was to, you know, like I said, to get at the Conclave, you know, take revenge against them, against the Enclave, and blaming them for being one of the ones who was responsible for turning them into mutants. So they didn't show the other community of mutants and ghouls that he was talking about that he's a part of, on which, you know, they admit themselves to be in like a another faction against the powers that be. So yeah, this so yeah, motherfucker got a legitimate reason to be pissed off, and I'm like, Coop, I'm like, why are you being stupid? Dude told you, like, hey, for that mission you're on, of trying to treat your family, you sound like you're gonna need friends. Coop should have been like, okay, cool. Shit, if y'all could help me, hey, I'll join you guys. Hey, especially if it's going against the motherfuckers that fucked this shit up, which he was trying to fight against in his own way when he was a human. Yeah, we see her, and in this, scene where Coop tells her, reveals to her, hey, that he knows, what the hell she's been up to and shit. And she's gonna tell him like, oh, uh, she's gonna tell him like, oh, there's worse people than me, Coop. And Coop tells her, who can possibly be worse than you? I'm like, oh boy, she was crying and hurt and all that shit. I'm like, oh boy. I'm like, your daddy, your white husband, you having problems with that motherfucker, huh? Uh, it's because, yeah, because he sees that shit, calling out the destructive nature of these damn creatures. Yep, it showed them it's typical of the black woman, which is also another negative image of the black woman to show that, hey, that she's all about just nothing but destruction. Her, talking to Koo, telling her, how she regretted and all that shit, of going through with this, and she's, trying to find a way to, to reverse things, but she can't because they're on to her. They already know. The people in the conclave, the enclave, we might as well say they already know and hip to her bullshit so much so to where they already predicted, what the hell she was gonna do to the degree so much so to where they had this dude, whom which I've seen in other films before, and you guys probably have seen him before too. He was telling her, hey, you know, whatever you're about to do, damn it, hey, don't fuck up the position. Don't fuck up your position because you're going to end up fucking up not just for yourself, but for your family too. And as he was sent, you could say he was sent by someone who was, part of the dark organization. He was sent by someone as part of the dark organization that she chose to be aligned with. And he was telling her, hey, you know, uh, I was forced to relay this message to you because my life and family was at risk too. And he said, whatever happens, you can't reverse it. So basically, there to scare her from. Basically, he was sent there to scare her from her attempts of trying to reverse what the hell was going to happen. I don't know how the hell she thought she was going to do so, but I don't know. But yeah, he was there to warn her and let her know what's up. But and Lucy, her dad, as like I said, she has him hemmed up with with scissors pointing at him. Connor's still trying to take him as a prisoner back to the vault to be judged. But things didn't work out how she thought it was going to be. So yeah, it wasn't going to work out how she thought it was going to be. The next thing too is we go back into the past. It shows where her dad, right here, who has that briefcase attached to him, huh? And Coop, in his plan, he decided to drug dude, make him drink. They had drinks with him and gave him to put something, slipped a little Mickey in his cup or whatever, caused him to pass out so he can, sneak and take a peek at what's in the briefcase. And he comes to find out that it's the gadget that's used to insert and extract the diode from uh, from the head from which they implant it. So I'm guessing he kept that gadget with him to keep it from the hands of those who may get a hold to it, and then therefore try to come after the one who has the diode inside of them. To keep them from coming after that particular one, which is at that time him, until his wife, extracts it out. And so, yep, and Coop is in his possession, and yep, and so we say, hey, now they got the diode. So how did the world end up coming to an end? How did it still come to an end? Well, it's going to be revealed to us here shortly. But yeah, but as we go into this next scene, where we show, hey, where the ghoul was at, boom, and him surviving, recovering from the from the incident when it was in that building. When he fought up against that giant scorpion and was left there by Lucy. But yeah, and the dog helped him out by getting help, and it seemed for some reason the dog knew who to fucking go to, because the dog had it in his mouth the hat of Coop's hat, and the dog guided them, Maximus and the Squire ghoul to the location of where Coop or where the ghoul was at. Yeah, and that's where he's like, oh fuck, oh man. But yeah, and so they helped him and all that shit, and then I see where they show a scene showing a little bit of a background of a girl with the eye patch who's who's controlling and crazy as hell because she has her own little schemes and all that going on, which I can say, hey, it's possible that she may be working with the Enclave, but yeah, so this is her mother that she was with, and this is um, post her coming into the knowledge of Hank. This is before that, but when they was running from a particular faction. And so, yeah, but her mother didn't make it. Yeah, I'm seeing here this scene where Hank is teaching her, give her some driving lessons because it's her first time. Shock, as you can imagine, because she'd been involved for so long. This is first time her ever experiencing a moving vehicle. So, he's teaching her how to drive this damn golf cart. And I'm like, oh, he's trying to act like this old he's trying to act like, oh, this some good old, daughter, uh, father daughter time. I'm trying to make y'all sentimental. Nah, motherfucker. You get no sympathy, motherfucker. Hell, it's all work for your ass getting taken out. No matter who you work for and your mission of trying to seek how you can, better control human beings type of shit. So much so to where you end up having years of helping to cause the whole world to come to a destruction. But to be in how it is now, he helped that. So I'll say he participated within the events, within the developments of it. But to help finalize it, and for it all go through, you can say, hey, because, you know, of his wife, showing him, hey, to Cooper what the device or what this gadget is actually, this that was in the case, the briefcase, or what it was, actually for. We see that, that she extracted the diode, and yeah, so therefore, and it was given to him. So we can say, hey, that Hank participated in all that, and and him and his corporations, and their scheme, they are they're still wicked and evil. Even though Coop helped in creating uh, this whole wasteland. You say, hey, did Coop really? He didn't know. He was trying to, in his heart of hearts, thought he was doing the right thing by, using this congresswoman to uh, to set up a meeting with the president of the United States to, to give that, because his plan was to give that dial to him, thinking, okay, that would help, right there, make a difference. Until that was his thing. Boom, that was it. That's all he could do from there. But he didn't know that he was handing it to, even though it was the president of the United States, it was still the wrong person to hand that dial to. So, yeah, so he's teaching her how to drive this golf cart and shit, man. She's, well, she's somewhat, she's trying to get the hang of it. But still, like I said, of all the shit her dad did, nah, that's no, and also too, to where it involves where her mother ended up becoming a ghoul too. Oh no, so yeah, yeah, because most likely she was trying to stop him from what the hell he was doing. But man, but yeah, but it was just all effed up. Like so many people died, and people got turned into ghouls, and people ended up that did survive, ended up in these worse situations, all just because of him and his experiment. And so yeah, and they may honest, they're walking. The ghoul tells Maximus, he's like, hey, I recognize, you got that diode in your hand. You know, he's like telling him why he had it on that shit, and then that's when Maximus telling him, hey, he's gonna give it to Lucy. Basically, expression showing to the ghoul, hey, that he has no like ill desires of of doing anything with that diode. So he just want to believe in doing the right thing. He believed in which he believed was right, which is to hand it over to Lucy. So the ghoul was like, okay, he's like, all right, but for now it's all right. But then they came up into this this shack that's filled with a bunch of weaponry, including a mech suit, which happens to be, bearing the whole brand mark of being the mech suit that came to his rescue. And so that was, major nostalgia for him. And so, and the ghoul was like, hey, man, you use this, man, in armory you want, man. You use that, man. Just give me that diode, and, hey, it'd be better in my hands type of shit, and which is proved, to be in the case, hey, that it was, the best decision for him. And so he said, yeah, he's like, man, yeah, you got a deal, man. We we can do it, man. Yeah. So when the ghoul was like, He's like, yeah, no. He's like, I knew you make the right choice, damn it. Here we go to see where we see dude. He ends up finding Woody's glasses, which shows us, indicates to us, yeah, that the little girl who's basically set up and arranged to force him to try to force this dude to marry her, you know, and uh, and to adopt her baby whom she had with Hank. Because it's supposed to be Hank's wife slash uh, the stepmother of Lucy. My dude's just like kind of questioning her, about Woody and all that shit, and he's kind of pissed, and I'm like, he decides to put the damn glasses back in the disposal and shit after breaking and smashing. I'm like, damn, dude. I'm like, fuck, you could have kept that shit as evidence, man. Like, damn, he wasn't thinking. I'm like, even that bitch thing was giving him attitude and shit. It's just, I didn't like it, man. I don't like to see him how it showed how he was just so like, just bitchy and cowardly towards her, man. It was just, oh. I'm like, I can't. I can't with these motherfuckers. And yeah, but as we see here, when she has this case. And what's in it, I didn't know. I didn't know until later on. Okay, the reason why she wants to get the case. And she was talking to the one elderly black woman who was who became overseer for 33. Which she's talking about, she's all for the safety and well being of the people there. I'm like, are you are you caring about the safety and the well being of the people there for sure and righteous, or for some kind of like sinister reason that you care so much about the people where you tell a old girl here to transfer some of the water supply to vote 33 because old girl here, she became overseer of, which is, the vote where her and some of the people from 33 are at now, which is vote 31. So, but yeah, but all she's caring about is this device and shit that she, is in this case that I wish that belongs to Hank. And so their deal was okay that she was going to transfer some of that percentage of that water supply over to vote 33, for exchange, for that case or what's in that case that belongs to Hank. So yeah. Then we get to where we see, okay, boom, they, all three of them, boom, he got the mech suit, he popped up, they're aiming out, okay, they're thinking they're geared up and ready to take on these death claws. Oh shit. It was funny though too, because the ghoul, the squire ghoul, his arm ended up falling off and shit, and you're like, damn, you would think, hey, he can't be like, damn, you're no good, so shit, like, so like slow, like ready to act, you ready to get into action, badass type of, trio walk or whatever they was making, you know. Yeah, it came to nothing because his arm fell off. Like, damn, man, so he's no good. So it's just them two. Well, yeah, we'll get into that. Is her dad here? Boom, has her. Yeah, Lucy for she come to some acceptance, you know what I mean, of it, whatever, to where she tolerated him, you know, to this degree to where, you know, she ends up allowing herself to put on the dress that he got for her, and they come to this area where he has it set up to being like where it looks like a kitchen from the 1950s or 40s type of shit. You know, they're having their breakfast or whatever, and so she's showing like, you know, discontent with how he's choosing to, you know, want to go about things and how he's trying to operate with this whole mind control thing, which is wicked and sinister as hell, you know. It's like it's your desire to exercise control over other human beings, and if they don't follow suit with what the hell you want them to do, then you'll rig the device to where boom, where it will blow their heads off, literally. So yeah, it's messed up. And so yeah, she was right, and she was right to rise against him. And so yeah, we see here where where her brother not telling the group of people, you know, the whole truth or whatever. Uh, and dude ends up finding out about him, you know, hey, what was going on, you know, and him trying to make contact with his dad and shit, you know, trying to reach out to him or somebody that could help, you know, from the vault because he found a radio, and one of the dudes there, you know, this dude, so tall, obviously bigger than him, light skinned dude, was like, oh, he's like, you're a liar, you lied to us, and so therefore try to choke him out, you know, and take him out, whatever. But then they realized, okay, you know, that he was alive, type of shit, and so then they knocked him out again. I'm like, damn. And then that's when old girl here comes through, you know, his friend, who ends up becoming his friend, who ends up taking a liking to him. She ends up saving him, you know, untying him and everything before the others took notice. But they end up taking notice after he tried to reach out, you know, again to his dad, you know, about what's going on, type of shit. Then dude ended up popping up while he was trying to radio out. And so they got him, snatched him up again, and then try to, you know, basically delete him. But there was a hiccup in their process. So, but yeah, we'll get back to that one. Because I think I did still kept the, yep, I did. Yeah, as we see here in this next slide, where we see them, okay, the wedding that she planned out, this crazy ass chick, to ever get married to this dude. He's all like, hesitant. He's like, that's when the truth came out, when he revealed that, hey, her ass is, yeah, she's not who she says she is, and something, she did something to Woody, something happened to Woody, and it was like, well, do you have evidence, you know, of this claim? And he told him, he was like, nah, man. He told the people there, you know, that was gathered up, he was like, nah, I basically ended up destroying, I ended up putting the damn glasses back in the garbage disposal. And she smiled, like saying, like, yeah, dummy, well, you thought you gonna get away, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, she had that look. But then again, he was prepared. He's like, no, fuck that. He was like, she's not even American. He's like, she's from Canada. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm like, oh, hell no. So yeah, that's when all of them was pissed and all that shit. Everybody was pissed or whatever. And she panicked and ran her ass all the way to her office. And so then all of them followed her, was basically demanding for her to speak and and to explain herself. But she locked herself down in her office and they're banging on the damn thing and they're like, open up. Like, tell us what the hell you're doing, what the hell's going on type of shit. She's all she's like, oh my God. She's like, fuck, like she knows she fucked up now, like, and that it's all out. So and that's where she's at. The next scene, before we get back to that, next scene, yep, we have it to where they managed to make it there inside the in that perimeter where the Lucky 38 is, so he can get through there because going through that Lucky 38 is how he's going to get to the Volt Tech facility where Hank and Lucy is. Okay, so he planned to set it up for for Maximus with his mech suit to stand on guard, to be outside the perimeter and fight off the Death Claws and shit to help him basically to help Coop to do what he got to do, in Lucky 38, his adventure trying to find his wife and his kid and his child, and also Hank to possibly take him out. I was like, okay, maybe he may aim to take him out. Who knows? But man, this battle here, I was like, bro, I'm like, all things for the suit. They gave you some blades, some gauntlet blades. I'm like, motherfucker, I want something that will extend. Well, like that heavy and shit, damn it, to where it'd be hard for even tough for your mech suit, damn it, to pick up type of shit, to cause you, damn it, to be in such slow motion with your strikes and all that. Yeah, you could add you, motherfucker, what a whole shit. Then there a whole little mech sword. All the technology I use them to build that shit, damn, but you can't. But you motherfuckers never developed the prototype for a mech sword, which would have sliced through the motherfuckers with no problem. So he could have turned his ass down into like some mech samurai type of shit. But yeah, but he had it somewhat rough though dealing with those damn Death Claws though. He sure as hell did. Because after he chopped one of them, damn it, shit, one of the damn Death Claws, damn it, managed to whack his ass with their tail, which ends up tossing and sending his ass all the way outside of the perimeter, but busting through the barricaded little gate that they had set up, which ends up basically letting loose the Death Claws. So now, yeah, he got to figure that shit out. Yep, and in this here we see, yep, she Lucy, she managed to not only to escape from her dad because she ends up handcuffing him to a oven, and dashing out there with the damn with the golf cart. In her bad driving, she managed to get to this point, to this secret area where no one's supposed to traverse through. And yeah, she used a key card on it, getting inside. And to her shocker, she didn't know what the hell to expect. And we, the audience, didn't know what to expect either. And, next thing we see, yep, as I said before, where Coop gives the diode to the president. And the president happens to be this cat, who we see played in a whole bunch of other films. I see him playing a bunch of films, myself, which is, man, going back to like even the 90s type of shit. Yeah. This is a dude who, and I think he died in the first one. Y'all remember him? I think he was the staff sergeant or the general who or the staff sergeant who was in charge, the military instructor for Starship Troopers, the first one. I think he was like one of them. Yeah, yeah. But I know I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he played in Starship Troopers. But yeah, but he's getting dialed to him, and yeah, which by way of was set up by this congresswoman, which we see, for some reason they didn't go into it, and didn't explain, which we may end up getting the reasons of why and how and all that shit for the next season. But we end up seeing that in the next scene where she ends up being used to here 200 years later, her head, her brain is being used to, well, I'm thinking like what maintain the vault facility or to maintain um, the network that Hank uses to help him to control the minds of others who have received that miniaturization chip. So I'm like, oh, maybe those are interconnected somehow. So yeah, maybe they will explain that within the second season. So I was like, damn. I'm like, yeah, and this damn creature was asking, hey, for Lucy to take her out. I'm like, oh man, that's. She's like, delete me, and I was like, damn, man, just. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. Oh, damn, that's fucked up. So, and Coop, he managed to get inside a Lucky 38 boom where, and he gets, he receives some nostalgia too from it because he, comes to the remembrance of 200 years ago where he was in Robert House's office where it was all looking all, you know, natural as it should, all clean and decorated out and all that shit, not all looking all trashed up or whatever and outdated. But yeah, he gets there, boom, and then ends up hitting this button that basically turns on um, the computer here, where we see, boom, Robert House, who merged with his computer, hooking his brain up, his consciousness up to the computer, so therefore they help him to live long, technically, to some degree. And we see shows and iterations like this, so where where the body is dead, but the mind, the consciousness, the soul is preserved, type of thing. We see that from different shows, sci-fi shows from Hollywood and in anime. So yeah, it's not that shocker. Like, oh wow, he was able to do that. He succeeded. Well, wow, it's not that big of a surprise for me. So I'm like, yeah. And it's funny because in the New Vegas game, after hours of gameplay, like shit. No, well, I wish I had walked through then, but there was a certain point where I was able to come across the Lucky 38 building and came across, the computer, of Robert House. So yeah, I that was something else. But next scene, where we see, hey, where Macaulay Culkin's character, where he decides to, after he managed to retrieve the body of the previous Caesar, which had a note, whom all of them believed, was a note of of who's going to be the next Caesar, and the note basically said that he basically is Caesar. Caesar's going to die with him, type of shit. And so Macaulay Culkin's character didn't want to accept that, so therefore he ends up, for some damn reason, I don't know if it's pointless or whatever, but stabbing the soldier next to him, so he can come out being the only witness to the letter, and he ends up swallowing the letter written by the previous Caesar, so he can come out and say, "Hey, I was declared to be the new Caesar." So now he's the new Caesar, and he declared to make this march now towards New Vegas. So we can definitely be sure that season 3 is coming up, where it's gonna have a whole bunch of scenes showing Macaulay Culkin's character, who's playing as the new Caesar. So yeah, let's see how this is gonna play out. And I'm thinking like, damn, like maybe y'all wanted to keep those death claws alive, like to help fight off. Damn it, them motherfuckers is about to come. This whole legionnaire army. Maybe we can use those motherfuckers down to fight them bastards off. Shit. To wear their numbers down, boom. And then after they lose like 100 man type of shit after taking out boom the last death claw, then that's when you motherfuckers make y'all surprise attack boom, like boom boom, then and then squash them in their takeover, because that's what his desire to do, is to take over all of Vegas. So yeah, this thing, yep, he makes a deal with him to, hey, so, Coop, makes a deal. The ghoul makes a deal with the consciousness of Robert House, tell him, hey, because Robert House on the sleep try to. Well, no, he ain't pushed the button. I'm sorry. Coop inserted that diode into that machine, which activated the computer system of that which Robert House's consciousness was connected to. So yeah, and then as that system was going, everything, the doors, the slide doors was about to shut on them. To keep Coop out from retrieving, or anybody retrieving a diode. Period. But Coop caught his ass. He's like, he's like, hell no. So he stuck his gun in between, in between the doors, to point at the dial, saying, hey, this thing will get destroyed now. I don't get what I want. Now, you show me and tell me where my family is, then we can agree, hey, that, I will keep your batteries running. and he agreed. Robert House agreed. So he said, hey, but in order for me to help you, you got to wear these things. The little Pit Boy gadget, which we see that it's black and it's different than the standard issue. So we're saying like, okay, the black ones are ones whom you can make contact with headquarters on, and the other Pit Boys are those that are being monitored by the Enclave. I'm guessing this is just a guess. Yeah. Okay. So he has to wear that this little Pit Boy, so Robert House can guide him to all the way to Vault Tech, where into the Vault chambers where his family supposedly is at. So yep, and then we go to over here. Yep, and then this was just kickoff, boom, and then the Death Claws. Like I said, they managed to get out there. They're like, okay, yeah, it's still here. There's all these people here. Okay, so then we're gonna wreak havoc through this bitch, cause you can't fucking with us. So by you fucking with us, we're gonna take you out and everybody else here in this bitch. Cause there's no telling how long those Death Claws been there. You know, they should know those death claws, knowing that those people outside their damn gates. So I'm like, oh, so okay. So in this show too, in here where if they was hungry, they end up having to eat each other. Cause it showed one of them eating another death claw. And I'm like, that lets me know, okay, they was ordered. They was really ordered to stay within that perimeter and not go outside of where the people is. But I'm like, now that they broke through them and boom, and one of the death claws knocked Maximus and his mech through one of the gates with its tail, but busting open the damn gate now. So now they can travel outside of it with no problem. But at least these motherfuckers popping out saying, "So you fuck with us? You take out some of my family members? I'm gonna fuck you and everybody else up." Uh, but yeah, back to this where we see where dude managed to recapture uh, Lucy's brother, no girl who he became friends with along their journey to this building, from which they didn't know there was that was packed with creatures itself. They come to find out, but yeah, it was packed with creatures, all right. Which I'm saying, yep, that's what you dumbass motherfuckers get. And y'all blindly following the leader type of shit. That's what y'all get. And what they got was a whole slew of these apocalyptic steroided ass roaches. They ended up taking all their asses out. Except for the girl who was trying to help them. She's worn out, you know, from the ordeal, whatever. So, barely walking shit. But he was, after they was taken out, boom, he managed to help her, you know, pull her out, damn it, from the rubble, from the scuffle, damn it, from the dead people, from the other dead people in the roaches, and the dead roaches. And they end up getting out of there, and that's you see him traveling with her. They're traveling out and going to whatever destination he's choosing to head to. I like that. So that was the end of him on this one. All right. Uh, see. Yep. And then Lucy, she ends up, you know, her dad ended up catching up with her and tried to get her to see his way of things. And as she continues to show further resistance, and him revealing, okay, his old true plan to her, his goal was to wipe her mind, her memories, her ill feelings and stuff like that towards him and towards the whole situation. So he attempts to try to to attach that whole device onto her, like he did with the rest of them. Let's see if we get a flashback of where Hank here was when he first came across Lucy's stepmom, which we could say ended up being like a plant for the Enclave. As they're meeting at this one place, which maybe seemed like a airport or some kind of like, you know, place or whatever. Um, so yeah, here in this place is where they see, you know, this, you know, because they end up getting together, Hank and this chick here. So that's the start of their little relationship. But at the same place where Hank and his wife sees them two at, you know, they get this phone call when they start to come across these pay phones, and one of them, I'm like, damn, this motherfucker must be to some degree like a high degree of like just calculative, like, you know, to some kind of crazy ass degree, because to be able to predict that, you know, mathematically that he was going to come across those pay phones and you made that time to be the time to call him, or did it because you was able to do that because you was following him under some kind of surveillance. But yeah, but Robert House managed to call him and tell him, hey, um, whatever happens, you know, just know that yeah, that I didn't do it, you know, that it wasn't me, bro. That it wasn't me. And this is, mind you, after he gave the diode over to the president. Yeah, but see, yeah, where he finally arrives at Voltec, or Coupe de Ghoul finally arrives at Voltec. And see, now he's making his way in. I'm like, damn, let's see, you know, if he's going to come across Lucy and to be able to help her as he makes his way over to, you know, to the area where his family is allegedly, you know, is at. So, yeah. Um, let's see, man, this battle that is going between boy Max was in the mix with these Death Claws. I'm like, man, he managed to take out like what, like 3 or 4 of the motherfuckers, man. I'm like, shit. Realizing, you know, boom, his mech suit, damn it, the mech suit of, you know, of the knight that he admires, shit, has a has a whole little missile system, you know, attached to it. And he ends up using that there to take out some of the Death Claws. I'm like, yes, that motherfucker, that's what you should have been doing. Next thing that you should have gave your ass is a long ass blade. A long ass hot blade. Like super hot. So he can slice through the motherfuckers damn it like butter with no problem. Shit. We see there this motherfucker, he getting chewed on, munched on there by his damn Death Claw. I'm like, oh shit, my boy, damn it, he's about to, oh, he's a danger, son. He's a danger. But it turned, yeah, he was saved. He was saved by way of our boy here, the Squire Ghoul. The Squire turned to Ghoul. Yeah, whose arm fell off. And he decided to use this way to help my boy. I'm like, that's some trooper ass shit right there. Salute to him. But his goofy ass, he managed to shoot one of them, damn it, you know. But but yeah. But the thing is though, shit, the motherfucker, I don't think the motherfucker was taken down yet. Oh, damn it, you helped the motherfucker out. The dude was turning, he was like, thank you, man. I'm like, fuck, turn around saying thank you. You should be turning around and focus on these creatures coming at your ass. Crazy ass boy. Yeah, here her dad too trying to fucking to give her this chip and shit, you know, to get her to stop resisting him and shit, to basically to be the daughter that he wants, the daughter that he can, you know, control, you know what I mean? So, and her thought processes and shit. And so and he used this motherfucker here, whom he turned over, damn it, and you know, and brainwashed. He used him, damn it, to try to hold her down so he can insert that chip in her neck and shit, damn it, to take control over her. But that failed because our boy, the ghoul, pops up, damn it. He pops up. Boom. Took big dude out. And put one or two of them, damn it, in her dad's ass. Rightfully so. He did take him out, as I thought he would do. But he did, I would say, somewhat of a honorable thing of allowing the daughter, Lucy, to make the decision on what she wants to do, to take him out or whatever. And he goes off and, you know, he catches up with them. As we see, he ends up coming across them and their little scuffle before he ends up coming across the crowd chambers of where it's alleged where his family's supposed to be. So yeah, so he walks out, boom, and then yeah, then it worked, and so now she decided to handcuff his ass. You know, to take her with to take him with her as she goes off to possibly going back to the vault type of shit. But instead, what she chose to do was to insert the chip inside of him to control his mind, and then with the threat of turning him, as she said in her lines, of turning him into the dad that she wanted him to be. Something happened, and we'll get to that point. But back to the scene of where, yeah, we see our boy Maximus going at it with this damn death claws and is tearing his damn suit up, sonny. You rid of his suit totally like immobile. So he had no choice, man, but to get out of the damn suit. I'm like, oh, what you gonna do, boy? Getting out of that damn suit, man. I'm like, ah, shit. And what he did, boy, was on some man mode shit. He chose them to get this damn Russian roulette table, damn it, as a shield and a damn stick. Why you didn't grab something, damn it, that was more fucking sturdier and, you know, and dense, I don't know. But you grabbed the damn stick. I would say it looked like a damn pool stick or a broomstick, some shit. But motherfucker, like, I would grab something of the metal, damn it. So he was like, damn it, he's ready to go. He's like, fuck it. He's like, damn it, shit, this is it. Fuck, I might as well go out, damn it. I might as well go out swinging. I'm like, yeah, that's some ultimate man. Oh, that's some ultimate man mode shit right there. I like that shit. So, and the people there, who which you know are scared, freaked out, they went inside, hide in their buildings and shit. And this older brother was like, oh man, he's like, shit, that's just a kid, man. No, so I'm thinking I was kind of like imagining him saying like, "Oh, that's a kid, man. That's a black kid. Hell no, and we gotta go out there and fight. Damn it, shit." He grabbed his damn shit. He grabbed his damn shotgun and shit. He's like, "It's ready to go." And then the black chick in the background, damn it, you know, in that same little building where they hide at, where they was hiding at. The black chick was like, nah, I'm not trying to do that. So. And she wanted to continue on, like play some bets on Maximus versus the damn Death Claws. And she was like, "Hey y'all, you know, damn, if he loses, we're all gonna die, right?" So I'm like, "Dumb bitch, if that's the damn case, you know that, you dumb motherfuckers. Why don't y'all just, you know, what I mean, band up them with the double OG here, shit, and grab your weapons and fight back, motherfuckers." Like, damn. So yeah, that boy there, he's about to go in, they're about to go at it. Then boom. The damn Death Claw he's facing, damn shit that was charging at him, was taken out by a whole sniper. A sniper from who? Who where? Nah, it wasn't no boy. it wasn't our boy here that who we thought at first. Who I thought that was was the one that took him out. I'm like, damn, you managed to get yourself adjusted, huh? For a second round, huh? Nah, it was the NCR, the New California Republic. That took this motherfucker. I'm like, oh shit. And the way they did it too, the whole cinematic view of it. Okay, y'all intentionally made it look like that, to show in tribute and respect to the game, to the gaming franchise, because that whole slow motion, zooming in with the bullet and shit, to the target, that type of view. Yeah, they added that element in there from the game. That was tight. That was cool. Um, so yeah. So let me see. Yep, they managed to pop up there. Damn it, the NCR. Well, the sniper took that motherfucker out. He snuck up there, them on top of that platform too. Set up them to be ready to take that motherfucker out. So I'm like, damn. So how long was you there, motherfucker? She was just waiting for your chance, huh? So yeah, so he managed to take his ass out. Boom, as you see there. Yep, and let me see. Yep, this the NCR. They managed to show up. Boom, ready to take out the remaining of the Death Claws. Motherfucker told him. Motherfucker told Maxwell, so we got him from here. He's like, oh, I think that would be a good idea. Motherfucker, you like, I think that'll be a good idea. No, motherfucker, I'll be like, that'll be a good idea, and then hurry up and dash your ass out the way, motherfucker. Let them take care of business. Since you already damn ready in battle mode, motherfucker, hell, when he asked them to give you a weapon, a rifle, damn it, to help you fight them motherfuckers off your damn self too. Shit, right along with them. So I'll be willing to fight with you guys. Shit, damn it, hell, if I have a better suitable weapon than this damn broomstick, this damn Russian roulette shield. Shit. Yeah, we see. Well, shit. But they managed to get out. Walk out of the Lucky 38, and you know, and so yeah, and now she has him. He's hobbling because he got shot in the ass by the ghoul, and Lucy, she kind of has him. Basically in a hostage position because she attached that device to his neck, and I don't know if it's show where it reveals here where he tells her that hey, yeah, because she has a device too, the whole Dow device to program how much she wants to turn it up or whatever the program. But but he tells her this shit that he has his own little agents out there. Boom, and I'm like, okay, because it leads me to believe that the black woman who was part of the NCR, who was shredded from her people, along with that guy whom he did capture, who was with her, then it leads me to believe, okay, that Hank released her back to the NCR. So that could be one of the agents he's talking about, boom, where he released that he has out there throughout the wasteland on their own missions. And so, yep, and he pulls out this dial to refuse to. Basically, he's refusal of allowing Lucy to take him wherever the hell she was going to take him or do whatever she was going to do to him. So, and he uses this dial to affect the chip that was inside of him. So much so to where it calls him where he basically calls himself to be depleted of his memories of her, the whole thing, to be rendered to be like a total stranger. So because like I said, he doesn't recognize her or none of that shit. So therefore, I don't know if she was left there or not, but I mean, I don't know if Hank was left there or what, but yeah. Afterwards, after he did that, turn the dial up on and basically fried any memories that he has of her and of his mission or what the hell he was there doing in the first, what he was there doing in the first place. All that's gone. So that blank brought him to such a blank state. Shocked and then caused Lucy to be in tears of hurting or whatever. But then again, I mean, it's all well deserved, man, for what he participated in. Anything you received after that, but that's on you. So I really don't feel sorry for his character. And then in this same scene, yeah, where we see, okay, where, technically now she's not alone because as he is there too in the same area. And this is after boom, the NCR, took over the Death Claw operation. He was able to manage without his mech suit, obviously, to make it to Lucy. I'm like, yep, you got your white girl back, boy. You got your white girl back, boy. Yeah, boy, you got your white girl back. Oh, shit, look at you. Oh, shit. So, yeah, Slider, next thing, yeah, we see old girl who was, Lucy's stepmother who was trying to marry that dude. Yeah, she, who's ran into, who basically got ran off into her office. And so, yeah, with the case she received from the overseer of 33 that belonged to Hank, that case basically had what in it? Basically, had this. Yeah, this device, the same type of black pit boy, the same one uh, that Cooper, the ghoul, was using to find the exact location where the vote is and all that. Well, which in the end we know that the Coop, yeah, he tossed the device aside after he retrieved the information he needed. So yeah, um, and his device basically was there the same for the emergency purposes for him to it seems to only use for emergency purposes and just to make communication with the enclave. That's the symbol for the E. Obviously, is the enclave. And yeah, she's basically trying to get them to initiate phase 2. So we're gonna see in the next season what this phase 2 that she is asking the enclave to initiate, and they showed them where they granted it and all that shit. And we see that the enclave, or this could be one of the locations of the enclave, which is this place here. I'm like, damn. So they got to go into like, okay, how long that's been there and all that shit, and what is all within that whole facility slash fortress. So yeah, showing her that she's reaching out to them and shit, to the enclave, which shows to us that she's been knowing about them, the enclave, and and the device. Knowing that there was a way to communicate with them, and knowing that okay, in order to get a hold of them, that something was in that box that would help her to get a hold to them, and which happens to be a special pit boy designed to be able to get a hold of them. So yeah, when I look at this, I'm like, damn, man. So I'm like, how long have they been there? And they seem to have like technology there too that's not shown that you'll see there here in this place like one little like flying robot that you see, like a piece of technology, which leads you to believe that okay, they have technology there at this place that hasn't been revealed in this series yet. So that left me kind of curious. But yeah, we're going back to her boy, where her brother, where Ross said, where he finds his friend, finds her that she's still alive, that she wasn't taken out, or by these steroided cockroaches. So yeah, yeah, he gets her, retrieves her, then boom, and then they manage to get out of there. He got her on his wagon while he pulling her and shit. Heading off to wherever the hell they're gonna reveal where he's heading off to. So we can assume, I guess, that he's probably possibly headed back to the vault, to Vault 33. So yeah, so that's the end of her. That's the end of her brother in this series. I mean, this season. So yeah, uh, yeah. And as Robert House tells him, let him know that hey, uh, you basically, you messed up. You handed off to you helped them basically, to destroy the world. You by handing off the diode, you handed off to you was dealing with the wrong group. And while Robert House is talking to him through the device, telling him, letting him know, brought up something that was kind of key too, a kind of key focus point, letting him know that hey, you ain't thinking about like the aftermath of okay, after you find your family and awaken them and shit, like how you're going to like how you going to respond to them. Then when a lot of this is due to because of happened because of you and your poor choice and handing off the diode. So yeah, because you're a ghoul and well, they're gonna freak out or some shit like that. Well, like what the hell's gonna happen? I don't know. Because now they're gonna see, damn it, that her husband and her father is eating human flesh in order to survive. And one of the things I point out too in this is I'm like, okay, why the hell? I'm like, this got to be some kind of like I don't know, because like eating human flesh and shit like okay, I know that's like bringing out what more the aura of what his character in the ghoul is supposed to be. But okay, if that's the case, then how come all the other ghouls they showed in this show didn't do the same thing? How come they didn't do it? How come they wasn't eating other human flesh but him? I'm like, man, these little rituals, man. I be peeping out, man, in these shows and shit, man. It's just to let them know that the people, the those that within Hollywood, to let those know in Hollywood that you are still down. You still down for their cause, for their evil cause. You got to put on there express that okay that that you got to eat another ghoul and shit, and that you're cutting off and eating off some of his ass cheeks as source of meat, and he ended up forcing Lucy to cut some of the meat off his ass to give it to him so he could have. Oh my god! I was like, dude, stop it, stop it. Well, nobody else may have peeped that out, but I did. I was like, yeah, that was totally like unnecessary. patch up that hole though that he had in him, that the ghoul had in him when that one big ass mutant saved him. When he stuck this green looking ore within him, basically saying, there's basically it's designed to help him to heal or whatever. I guess I don't know, but yeah. So I hope they get into more of that in the next season. And yeah, this where he's telling him, what's about to happen. It's not me. It's the people who you mistakenly trusted. Going to set this up for him to end up in turn to get arrested, for Coop to get arrested. And we can say it's about one of those organizations. It's about one of those organizations. They're plotting and ready to take him down. So yeah, and we could say too, yeah, they was working for the government because it's basically revealed that the president is a part of the enclave, in that organization. So yeah. So and he tells her, his wife, here, telling her, hey, that just like act surprised, whatever, just I'm gonna take the fall, so you just, don't worry about it. She's like, cool, oh yeah, take your ass on, bitch, with your cries. Your tears don't mean shit. Anyway, so yeah, so he gets to, the crowd chambers where, where it's alleged where his family is, where his wife and daughter is, and yeah, Barbara Howard, and his daughter. So yep, he sees, he's facing both of their chambers, and in opening it, he sees and discovers that they're empty. Huh? What the fuck? So to save him from coming to feeling like being at a complete lost and just brain all rattled of not knowing what to do and how to feel or whatever, he ends up something within it. But yeah, we're back to this scene where we see where they come and arrest him. And yeah, she's there crying, talking about, oh, how could, even though damn hell she should have been taken down too. So, but yeah, but when he opens it up though, the chambers you see in his wife chamber, where she left a clue of where they are at, a postcard, let him know that hey, that they're in Colorado. So they gave him information he needed, and so made him feel like okay that he didn't need um, the guidance of Robert House anymore. So he tossed that pit boy to the side. So yeah, so he didn't need that shit no more. But yeah, so he just tell him take the ball and all that shit, and you know he gets taken off. Boom, and so we can say whatever happened after that is what led him to becoming a ghoul. So maybe they'll go into that. It's highly possible they'll go into that, from the third season. But we see as we wind down, boom, that towards the end here, where my boy Maximus with his white girl, they both observing, damn it, the top of the tower, the office of a Robert House, observing the scenery, and they observe and see that yeah, watch this with me, man, and chilling and shit. Man, I appreciate it. And yeah, and this is a review for Fallout, the second season, and my review for Resident Evil, as well as some other topics too. So thank you guys for coming through. Please hit the like, share, subscribe. This is your guy, Ray Hama, your brother. I'm not your fan. I'm not your stand for. I am brother. One versus a million. Yep, and we will be conducting our movie night tonight, sometime tonight. So yeah, so stay tuned. Subscribe over here, over here on YouTube, and follow over on the Rumble side, so you can be notified once I do go live with these movies. So yep. So as I will after this, take me a little break, and I'll be right to it. All right. So yeah. So here we go. Let's go.
諸軍総大将官名より全蘇兵に次ぐこたびの栄えある海戦の一陣我ら蘇軍が受けたまった
なんだこのバカでけえ声は
隣の戦場だぞこの戦で秦は滅ぶこの戦は深く歴史に刻まれること間違いないこの大戦の口火を切る誉れ高き者は林北貴様だおう
先方は
よっしゃよっしゃ我が名はその豪将林北林武君そこか同金の敵は我こそこの壮大な戦の幕を開けるものである死を揺るがすのは誰か天を震わすのは誰か沈め戦軍突撃や将軍に続け
さすが公将軍そうこなくったよ俺たちも続くぞ突撃だ寸隊この大戦の口火を切るのは俺たちだ
Shit. He hit me, boy. Boy, I'm at church pastor hit one of my motherfucking female people like that, man. What? Man, boy, I go up there and I brawl with them motherfucker. I go up there and knock past their ass out. What? Man, put your hand on my motherfucker, old lady. Put your hand on my sister. Put your hand on... Man, they had to drag me up out that motherfucker. Yeah.